Hello everybody, welcome to the channel, and today we're going to be doing something new. We are going to be undertaking this massive project to rank all the Civilization 7 civilizations based on the newest Right to Rule patch 1.2.5 patch. This patch has completely changed the deity meta. Some civs that were super duper powerful beforehand, looking at you city-state civs, have become a little bit less powerful overall in the new meta. Some civs that go super wide are a little less powerful, and civs that go super tall are a little bit more powerful. So we're going to go through here and see like why each civ is what it is. When I'm ranking this, I'm ranking it based on always strong, always strong. These are civs that are just super strong no matter when you're playing them, if you're ahead or if you're behind. Do they need a specific leader? No, these civs work very well with all leaders and are super good with some leaders. Then we have strong with specific synergy. These are civs that are more likely to do extremely well in more niche scenarios. There are civs, for example, like Tecumseh, Greece, Shawnee, or Shoshone. Is it Shoshone? No, it's Shawnee. I've been playing too much Civ 5. Tecumseh, Greece, Shawnee, and then Siam, something like that that have like this uber strong like synergy and playlist or play style that runs really well. But if you don't have that synergy, they don't do as well. Then we have generally good civs. They're never as good as always strong, and they're never as good as the civs with that strong synergy, but you'll have a good game with them generally. Rome is the perfect example of this, I think. Something like Civ 6 Rome, maybe, where no matter what, you're just going to have a good game, and you're never going to feel like amazed, but you're also never going to feel disappointed. And then we have civs that feel this way, generally good, with specific synergy. Whoops, I need to fix this. With specific synergy. So like civs that, require some synergy to be good, but aren't really amazing when they do get that synergy. And then finally you have what I like to call the Persia tier, where civs that just don't do good at all. So when we're ranking these things, we're going to be taking into account the fun of the civ, the ease of the civ to play into their play style. I'm going to be taking into account their unique bonuses they get for being a civ, and then we're going to look at their civic tree and talk about those unique bonuses. We're also going to talk about the traditions that each of the civs get. I'm specifically ignoring mementos, and I'm ignoring events. Mementos change the game in a wide variety of ways, and we don't have a complete list of events, so I don't know if I've experienced all the events for each civ, so we're going to be ignoring those. The Antiquity Age civs are going to be weighted a little more heavily towards their traditions and their unique quarters than, say, the Modern Era civs, because their traditions have to be good for a whole 3 eras worth of the game. Whereas Modern Era civs are going to be looking more towards their, like, how fast do they get you to that victory condition. So, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start by looking at Aksum. But before we do that, please remember this is a huge video. It's a large undertaking. If you find it useful, please give me a like or a subscribe. Leave me a comment. Let me know what you think down in the comments down below. And, this is a long video, so please use it as background noise. You don't have to sit and watch. It's not going to be that entertaining to just watch. Think of it more like a podcast than like an actual video. All of your engagement, all of your support helps boost my channel and get me seen by more people, and that allows me to make more videos, so I appreciate all of you. I'm trying to get to that 4,000 subscriber barrier, so thank you very much in advance. Let's start with Aksum. Alright, let's talk about Aksum. I think Aksum kind of got a buff after the most recent patch because gold is still pretty strong, and it's gotten a lot stronger with the scaling cost of buildings going up. So the more gold you can get, the better off you are. Looking at Aksum, they're uniques. You get Kingdom of Natural Wealth plus 2 gold on resources, which is pretty decent, especially early on. It allows you to get that second city fast. And getting the second city fast is a pretty good thing to have. It allows you to get more science, more culture, more production. And those are really good, but there is that negative downside. You're going to be specializing cities a little bit more. I don't think that the scaling cost of buildings is too impactful in the Antiquity Age. So I don't think it limits you that badly. But having a gold bonus at this point is much better than it was previously. We like to see gold bonuses now, in my opinion. The Dao, the unique naval unit, +4 combat strength on coast, has 1 charge to create a naval trade unit. So this is saved production. You don't have to build a merchant. You can build a navy and end up with a stronger economy because you have a free merchant attached to your navy. But I don't think the Dao's particularly very strong. I don't think it's like amazing. If you're playing on like an archipelago, it's really good, but nobody plays archipelago. I'm basing this on continents and islands, and this would be much better if there was an exploration age civ that had a boat that turned into a trade route. But in the Antiquity age, I don't think you want to be spending your precious limited production on a galley. When's the last time you built a galley like willingly that wasn't just for like exploration? So this is good, but it's not like good. It's not bad, but it's not good. The Tanqua is, you know, you don't build these. You get them when you have a trade route over water. It can't be pillaged, and it has 10 trade route range. That gives you better relations with your neighbors. It gives you more gold and more resources. This is +2 gold on resources on the map, not assigned to cities. It would say assigned to cities if it was assigned to cities. More resources is good. And it's just okay. It's a middle of the road bonus. It's not super fantastic, but there's so many unique merchants in the game. Some of them are better than others, and this is just okay. The extra trade route range is good, but it's hard to tell exactly how good because I'm not 100% sure what the trade route range default is. That's kind of hidden. Also, in these uniques, I wanted to talk about like narrative events, but that's also hidden, and I can't remember. I know quite a few of the narrative events that are really good, like Carthage, but it feels unfair to grade them because I can't remember like all 38 civs narrative events, and there's no list that you can find because they haven't. It's hard to find that information. But so this is generally pretty good. You want gold on resources. These are very situational, and they're only good in situations. So we're gonna count these as a knockoff. The hull wilt though is good. I like the hull wilt, and especially after the building production changes, the hull wilt is getting even better because it doesn't raise the cost of buildings across your cities, and because you have a lot of gold, and this gives you even more gold, you have the potential to have a lot more cities. This is just going to help you just stack up gold. So 2 gold +1 culture for adjacent wonders or other hull wieldty. So you're not really going to get the wonder bonus, but what you want is to stack these up next to each other, and they're really fantastic at that point. Once you get, you know, imagine, let's pop out here. Let's say that you have a settlement right here, and you go hull wilt. This is getting 1, 2, 3. This is 3 culture. This is 3 culture. This is 2 culture, and this is 2 culture. And that's really strong. It allows you to pop through the civic tree really fast and start hitting future civics. Ultimately, what culture gives you is the ability to build wonders, not these wonders, but the wonders later here in the game. And some of these wonders, especially like Anchor Water, are really strong. So if you can get good culture, you can get down here. That is, as long as Khmer's not in the game, they're going to build this first. But ultimately, culture gets you to Future Civic, and Future Civic is going to give you those things like the random attribute points, which are good. Less good than they used to be, but they're still pretty good. And most importantly for me is the unique boost starting into the next age, because that allows you to snowball into the exploration age. So having that consistent and cheap culture bonus on the hull wilt is sick. We like this. It's pretty good, and you're not going to be. Previously, the hull wilt wasn't that great because you were spending all of your time building buildings. Now you're not going to be doing that, so this gets a bump up in my opinion. So their uniques, I'd say, are pretty decent, half good and then half bad. So this is right middle of the road, so generally good. When we look at their flexibility, well, let's look at their civics first. You have inside of the civic tree is pretty well situated. You have to start with 1 and then you open 2. I like a tree set up like this, but I prefer the trees that have the multiple branches at first. At least it doesn't go like 1, 1, 1, 1. That's really bad. But once you have the civic tree that looks like this, where you have 1 and then it branches into 2, I like choices, so this is good. You get the Hawilt very early, and then your unique strength of civic is +1 resource capacity in settlements on the coast or navigable rivers. I tend to build a lot of coastal settlements and a lot of river settlements. I'm not a huge fan of navigable rivers. I don't think they're strong yet. I feel like they're going to do stuff with them in the future. But +1 resource capacity is good. We like resources, and we're focused on trade anyway, so we're going to have resources. Very synergistic. You get 1 gold on quarters adjacent to the coast. Gold. Very flexible. You get the boat ignores zone of control. This is garbage. You don't care about this. And then you get the altar and monument, gain 1 culture adjacency with the Hawilti, which is good. Culture is pretty good. So you're very focused on gold and you're very focused on culture. So your civics, I would say, are generally pretty good. There's not one that makes me go like, "Ooh, wow, this is amazing." But generally they're pretty solid. Your traditions matter a lot, because especially with Antiquity age civilizations, because these traditions are what's carrying you forward for the rest of the game. And I find in most of my games I'm playing my Antiquity traditions all the way through to the modern era, so these have to matter. You get 2 culture and gold for every active trade route. If you're playing properly, you should have a ton of trade routes. Trade routes are neglected, I think, by the majority of people, and trade routes are crazy strong. Crazy strong. So getting just a flat 2 gold and 2 culture for every trade route, that ends up being around 20 gold, 20 culture per turn in the Antiquity age. This is good. Now, it's not busted because it's not 2 gold, 2 culture per age. If it was 2 gold, 2 culture per age, oh boy, that would be amazing. But this starts to fall off late into exploration. You really have to scale up your trade route production for this to be like crazy strong. But this is strong. Don't ever discount Port of Nations. It'll carry you early like Antiquity age, and then it's going to carry you early into exploration age. Then you get 15% gold in cities adjacent to the coast. This is good because it's a percent bonus. Percent bonuses have been wiped out of the game completely. There's almost no percent bonuses left over, and this is crazy in the modern age. If you're playing like the Mughals or the Qing or now the Qajar in the modern age, Throne of My Fathers, 50% gold in cities adjacent to coast is nuts. It is boosted beyond belief. So we love this. This is very strong. And then the Book of the Himyarites, 2 culture on resources on or adjacent to the coast. I find that this is generally pretty good. I like culture bonuses. Culture bonuses are really good to get you through the tree, and this is good early, especially if you're settling coastally. And their whole kit is very synergistic here, but there's nothing that makes me like scream, "Oh wow, I love Aksum," except for this Throne of My Fathers, which is so good. Your unique wonder, the Great Stele, is a good wonder, but it will pay off in exploration and modern. You're not going to get that many wonders in Antiquity age, but in exploration and modern age, I find that I'm spamming wonders out, especially in the modern age. But 200 gold per age comes up to 600 gold every time I build a wonder in the modern age. It's just okay. You can get this very early. It gives 2 production, which is strong. We like that true production, but you're not getting it that much earlier than it is in the tech tree. Where does it show up? It was at writing. Did it get moved? That was a patch, right? They moved it somewhere. It was writing. Where did you go now? Did you get moved to the civic tree? Are you on the civic tree now? Excuse me? Where did... Oh, right here at Mississippian Mastery. So yeah, you'll get that early. I don't think the AI prioritizes masteries. I find that I don't know exactly how they tech, but Gate of All Nations is always open. at least until turn 30. So this is going to be open at least until turn 30. If you get chiefdom early enough with goody huts, and then you skip mysticism, go straight into this, because this is really strong. You want your Hawilt. You could get this earlier than the AI, but mysticism is also just really good, so maybe you don't want to get that too early. So their flexibility, they're very gold focused, and that allows you to buy a lot of things. You can play expansionist with gold. You can play Diplo with gold, where you have a lot of like allies, but you don't get any favor bonuses, so that's not great. You get culture bonuses, but you don't get any like happiness bonuses for celebrations. However, you do have gold, and gold allows you to buy happiness buildings. You can get your happiness buildings. You can't buy wonders in the Antiquity age. So I don't think their flexibility is super high. Every time I play Aksum, I tend to go for Silk Roads, obviously. We go for Silk Roads. And I tend to go Expansionist. And anytime I have a gold-based civ, I'm aggressive, because just being able to buy units. So you're going to be trading with 2 or 3 civs, and then you're going to be wiping out 1 civ. You can go for the science. You can get codexes and good adjacencies, because you want to be finding resources, obviously, right? You want to be finding resources, but you don't have anything that's pushing you through the tech tree or helping you get any of these codices that you want. And there's no bonuses towards getting wonders. When you go further into the game, when you're looking at your traditions, you're getting flat culture, and then you're getting percent gold. So I think they're more flexible than someone like, say, Persia, but I don't think that they're as flexible as someone like, I don't know, Assyria. So their flexibility is okay, generally pretty good here as well. They're easy to play. Find resources on the coast, and you settle those resources and build trade routes. I love these trade route civs. I think they're pretty good, and I think they're pretty fun. Having the resource mini game, I like them. So all in all, I'm going to give Aksum a generally good rating. I don't think that they're like crazy strong with specific synergies. I don't think any Antiquity age is going to go here into the crazy strong with synergies area, but they're generally pretty good. You have to get a friendly neighbor, kind of. You have to get that nice coastal spawn with resources, but they'll carry you through the game pretty easily. Let's check out now our next civ. Let's look at Assyria. Well, I think we know where this is gonna go. Assyria, probably the strongest civ in the whole game right now. Assyria is a right to rule DLC civ. DLC civs are getting way more love than base game civs. It's hard to believe that Assyria and Persia exist together in the same game. It's just ridiculous. Treasures of Nineveh. Gain a technology upon capturing a settlement for the first time. Codices, you don't get them. However, you do get codices from conquest. So you also get the Magaru, a cav that has additional movement and can move after attacking. This unit's insane. This unit is insane. You pair it with Genghis Khan and you just go nuts. The Turtanu, which gives bonuses to combat strength against districts. An army commander, you can get 1 for free. The unique quarter gives you 2 production for each great work. Production is a premium in this patch because producing buildings became way more expensive. You get the Citadel, which gives you 2 happiness on flat terrain, production for adjacent wonders, 3 production baseline, and then the Royal Library, 3 science, 2 codex slots, 1 science adjacency for rivers. Look, I could put this right here. We could get this Ikalu right here next to this clay pit right here, and we could end up with 1, 2, 3 adjacency on that. That's a 6 science building. 6 science, no resources next to it, so I'm not taking a library slot. This is a 6 science building. And then once I start putting in my specialists, This is also 3 production, 1 happiness, 6, or sorry, let's look at this. Let's take a minute to look at this. We're going to put down our map tax mod, put the Ikalu right here, and then we're going to put Gate of All Nations, the easiest wonder in the game to grab, right next to it. Look at this, 472. That's pre-specialist. That's before specialist. And all the towns you're going to have after your conquest is going to make specialists go nuts. When you get your specialist, you're going to get 2 science baseline, so that'll pop it up to 9, plus 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. So you're going to get 4 science for every specialist you put down here. So you put 1 specialist on here, and you're automatically going to have 12 12 science, and then you're going to end up with 2 culture, and you're going to end up with what is this, 4.5 production on this 1 tile. So this is just an insane unique quarter. This unique quarter is nuts. And not even mentioning the power of the Magaru. The Magaru is the best ancient era unit in the game. You can't compete with this. It is just fast. It can attack and then get packed right back into a general, your Turtanu. So you get an archer on the Turtanu. You put 4 Magaru inside. You attack, go back in, attack, go back in, attack, go back in, and nothing can kill your guys. Nothing can kill them at all. They're immune to damage. They're city murderers. And every time you get a city, you get a technology from it. And it's not just masteries. You can get any technology from it. So they're uniques. 20 out of 20. Like they're just the strongest uniques in the whole game right now. And it starts in Antiquity era, the most snowbally era. So like Assyria, like this is unfair that they exist in the game with other civilizations. So usually to balance this out, what happens is their civic tree is going to be weaker, and you can see already that your strong bonuses probably are locked back here on the bottom end. But that's not true, because you get strong bonuses straight away here at the beginning. You get +1 settlement immediately +1 settlement limit. You end up with 2 culture for every tech mastery in the capital, which at the end of the Antiquity era, you're going to end up getting so many of these for free. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 2, so that's 16 culture per turn in an era where you're usually getting 400 if you're really focusing on culture. So yeah, that's pretty strong. It just snowballs you a little bit through these things. Then you're ending up with a codex, which you can't get normally. So you get a codex to help you through the Great Library path. Combat units receive strength against defending against ranged units, so like you're harder to take out. You get a codex for capturing settlements. Now if this was switched with Bir Tutu, this would be even stronger. It's good that this is set here at the second. If it was set at the last, it would be too far down here, so putting this here is fine. This is okay. You also get a codex, 2 happiness on science buildings, which your citadel building counts as a science building. The Royal Library counts as a science building. So the things that I said here about this being, what, 12, 4.5, and 2, and then 2, that's not true. It's going to be 12, 4.5, 4, and then 2. It's a stronger building. You also end up with 5 combat strength to Magaru if you have a Turtanu near them, which you always will. You just always will. And that Turtanu is going to be have that +5 attack commendation. So this is actually like +5 from the Turtanu itself. What is it? +5 against districts, +5 here. And then once you level this up, which you will be leveling it up, you're going to be getting +15 attack to districts on your unique cavalry, which you're going to want to spam. So it's just crazy. And then you get 20% science in cities not founded by you. This seems great. However, I find that I'm never converting the cities I conquer to cities. If this was a tradition, it's over. If this was a tradition, it would be over, bro. There's nothing that would keep up with you. But it's not a tradition. It's just an in era civic. Not to mention, you get 1, 2, 3 free codices here. So if you don't do any conquering at all, you get the first great library point. You get the first great library point by just building cities and researching your civics. You also get early access to Der Sharukin, which is normally right here at Discipline. It's in the same spot, but this isn't really that useful because you're going to go to Discipline first. You want the Tertanu before you want your Assyrian civics. So you're almost always going Discipline and then finishing out your tree, at least to Tupsarudu. You really need this codex for settlement capture. So you're not getting this any early. The Dersharukin, you do build it faster, and that's pretty good because you get +1 science and fortifications in this settlement. So like you could pair this with like Dai Viet in the exploration era and get a really good bonus here. So their flexibility, there's the strength of their uniques is strong. I mean, the strength of the uniques really, really strong. Probably 20 out of 20 there, or 25 out of 25 for the strengths of their uniques. But I don't know. They are a little bit let down by this 20% science and cities not founded by you. This happiness is really good because you're going to be going to war a lot and you're going to suffer. You have 2 free settlement limit inside here, which is one of the highest. I think somebody gets 3, but you get 2. You also get this extra combat strength, which you really want anyway. You get the unique Royal Library and Citadel, which is nuts, and then their bonuses are crazy. And then you get combat strength when defending against ranged, which is good. So like they're strong. I don't know if they're a full 25 out of 25 on my scale strong. Maybe I should drop them down a couple of points, but they're really good. Really, really good. You kind of just always win when you go down this line. It's hard to lose as Assyria. It's hard to have a bad game as Assyria. Now let's look at their traditions. Their wonder's not so good, so that'll drop them as well. But their traditions, you only have 3. Some people have more, maybe. I guess everybody has 3 to 4. So Durrani, +1 science on fortification buildings, strong, super strong. It's even more strong now because the building production nerf. Sometimes you can't build every building, and fortification buildings like walls don't account towards your like expensive building. Like it doesn't raise the cost of producing buildings. So yeah, you'll just get +1 science on every wall. Combine that with Dai Viet and you'll get culture and everything else. That's really good. It carries on for the rest of the game. Nihitsu, 25% production towards buildings and wonders with a great work slot. Wonder production, 25% for the rest of the game, as long as it has a great work slot. You want this. This is good. You like this. You like building your universities. They have great work slots now. You like building your museums. They have great work slots. So fantastic stuff. And then Giru, 3 production and food and settlements not founded by you. Oof. This is just straight up gold and specialists. This is a gold and specialist bonus. So all of these are fantastic. You're kind of going to be running most of these most of the game. They're super good. They're not the strongest traditions in the game, but they're super, super, super duper good. Ease of playing Assyria, so easy. You just roll over your neighbors. There is a little bit of like a learning curve. Because in order for you to really start rolling, you need to get down here to the wheel. But you can't beeline the wheel, it's too expensive. So you need to go riding and then get down here to the wheel. You want your irrigation. You want to get discipline. You want to get to Tsupsarudu before you start wrecking someone. You want all of these things. then you're going to take out your neighbor, and then you're going to take out their neighbor. You're going to take out 2 people on your continent at least. They're not like Charlemagne or like the Maurya, who you can use like immediately to start taking out your neighbors. You do have to tech a little bit. You're gonna want to get to your 4 out of 4 settlement limit, and then you're gonna want to start romping and taking people using your early like slinger warrior. Build a couple slingers and a couple warriors, and come take out independent powers around you. You're gonna wipe out all the independent powers, and then you're gonna take out a neighbor once you have Magaru, and then you're gonna build nothing but Magaru for the rest of the game. You're gonna build so many Magaru for the rest of the game. So yeah, they're just phenomenal civ. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put Assyria always strong. Assyria is so busted. They're so good. They're so busted. It's hard to believe just how good they are. Let's talk about Carthage. Carthage is a civ that I put pretty low in my previous tier list, and everybody sort of hated me for it. Can only have 1 city. Your towns cannot be converted to cities, but you do get 2 merchants and 2 colonists each time you purchase or train one. You get the Numidian cavalry, which is a late game sweeper, I think, for the game. They come in late and they clean up. I don't really rate them that highly. After the nerf, the +1 combat strength, it used to be what, +2? They got nerfed, and they're a little bit weaker, but they're still pretty good. Colonists, they are faster settlers, and they get extra population. So this is like the whole Han bonus, is this population point, right? So getting this extra pop means extra food in the capital, which means extra specialists. It means extra gold, which means extra buildings. So I like the colonists. I think the colonists is pretty good. Any civ that gets a unique quarter, I think, is better than civs that don't get a unique quarter, because unique quarters are really strong. They're really good for specialists later throughout the whole entire game. So the Punic port is good. You get more resources. I have found that trade-based gameplay with resources, for me, is kind of the meta. I know everybody is playing like, oh, go super strong into city-states. Yeah, I think that there's the city-state meta, and then there's the merchant meta. And Carthage plays really well into that because you get extra resources by 2. That's a big increase, having +2. Then the production is a premium now. Gold is good. Food is good. So yeah, their uniques are strong. I mean, you do have this detriment, which it will cap you on the amount of science and culture you can have in Antiquity Age. You're not going to be hitting Future Civic. You're not going to be hitting Future Tech on Deity difficulty as Carthage. However, I think previously I rated that, I valued that a bit too highly, and I think that the more I play Carthage, the more I'm kind of like, oh yeah, this is really good. The only thing that holds Carthage back, in my opinion, is influence. Because if you're going to be playing around merchants, you need to improve trade relations, and influence, that gets expensive. You can't play city-states and merchants at the same time unless you have an influence bonus. So you have to choose. You can't do endeavors and merchants at the same time unless you have an influence bonus. So that kind of holds them back just a little tiny bit. You're getting all of this gold, but what are you using the gold for? But with the changes to towns, and the fact that you can now get urban centers, it makes like almost all of my complaints about Carthage go away. I think Carthage is really good these days. When you look at their unique civics, you get 15 sea trade route range and 3 gold in the capital for every trade route from the capital. That adds up really fast. You end up with a lot of gold coming into Carthage. You also end up with resources in the capital by 3, which is a lot. You also get +1 movement to naval units. Nobody cares about this. I'm kind of sick of Civ making naval bonuses. Nobody cares about naval bonuses, 2K. Make navies better before you start making bonuses. +1 range to naval units, who cares? Who cares about that? You do get +2 settlement limits, right? Look at that, +2 settlement limit. That's unique, special to them. But it is locked in here. You had to tech 2 civics to get to that. But you know, who cares? That's not going to be that bad. Then you look down here and you get +1 movement site to Numidian Cav and 1 codex slot in city halls in towns with trade outpost focus. The trade outpost focus is giving you 2 happiness per resource, and then you can get a codex slot in those. You're limited on the Great Library path because you don't have enough slots to put codices in, but this opens it up. And getting that trade outpost, which increases trade route range and gives you happiness for resources in the city, is going to allow you to really spam out your colonists and just ignore this cap. You're not going to care about this. You're not going to care about this at all, because your towns are going to be doing everything for you. The only thing that I find that Carthage struggles with, I guess, is you're going to be hitting this pretty easily, because the first time you build a settler on turn 5, or pop 5, I mean, you're immediately increasing this by 2. And then another 2, and then another 2. And then you can conquer with the Numidian Cav pretty easily. Just be careful with your conquering, because it lowers your potential trade. So just be careful there. But if you're conquering and then you're trading and reconciling with the civs around the guy you conquer, you're not going to have any problems filling this in. I always get Pax Imperatoria as Carthage. I always get Silk Roads as everybody I play, honestly, but especially fast as Carthage. And I get the codices pretty quickly, because you don't need that many trade outposts to be able to do that, and you're going to have plenty of trade outposts around. The only thing that I find that Carthage struggles with is culture, but I honestly, in my opinion, every Antiquity Age Civ struggles. I never get the full 7 unless I'm like super hardcore focused on culture to the detriment of everything else. So highly flexible, Carthage, highly flexible. Their unique civics are kind of a letdown. You get Qualos, 25% gold towards purchasing buildings on coast or navigable rivers. Fantastic. This is a percent-based bonus that continues for the rest of the game. You like this, especially if you're playing trade heavy in exploration, and then imagine playing as the Mughals, right? You get this then. Then you get 25% gold towards purchasing naval units. Who cares? You're not buying this unless you're playing Chola. Carthage into Chola is really strong. Chola, I think, are better than I thought they were. But this is okay if you're playing Navy heavy, but you're really going to build 4 boats, and that's it. So it's limited. But this, you're buying everything all the time. So, yeah. And then you get Sufetes, 20% gold from mining towns, 20% food from fishing or farming towns. This doesn't help you in Antiquity. What this does is this helps you in exploration, because in Antiquity you're going to be building your trade outposts, but in exploration you're definitely hitting farming or fishing towns, and this gives you specialists. So yeah, Carthage, very good civ overall. I think I said strong with synergy last time, or generally good, or good with synergy last time. I can't remember, but the more I play Carthage, again, always strong. Just putting them right up there. Oh, Egypt, the ugly stepchild of Civ 7. Egypt gives +1 production on navigable rivers. It's not the best. +1 production on navigable rivers. It makes the navigable river from 1 food, 1 gold, 1 happiness to 1 food, 1 production, 1 gold, 1 happiness. And that's not a tile that you really want to work early. You want like 2 food. You want 2 production, 2, 3 production, 2, 3 food. And this really doesn't come online until you get like a fishing key. And then you had to put production to get production and food. It's not good. The Medjay has no maintenance, 3 combat strength in friendly territory, doubled when you're stationed in a settlement, so it defends pretty easily. It's hard to take districts from Egypt, but you never want to be on the defensive in Civ. You want to be on the offensive, so it doesn't help you take anything. The Jadi, these can be good. I think a lot of Egypt's strength went here into the Jati. There's 3 or 4 Jati that give you wonder production. There's some Jati that give you gold on the palace. They're pretty good Jati, but again, they take production, and you want to be producing builders. So not builders, sorry. You want to be producing wonders. That's the word I'm looking for. You want to be producing wonders, and not these guys. So the necropolis, you get 100 gold when any wonder is completed in this settlement. You get 3 culture, gold adjacency for desert and wonders, 3 gold, happiness for navigable rivers and wonders. These are not good. I never feel good finishing the mastaba or the mortuary temple. I don't want to build the necropolis. I want to be placing like wonders adjacent to navigable rivers. Like I want to put the pyramids here. But then I also have to put a mortuary temple. I want all my wonders to go over here. But I need my mortuary temple to go over there. But there's no desert over here, so I'm not even getting the bonus. I want the mortuary temple to go here, and then I'd have to put the pyramids here. But then how do I district over here? How do I get these things? I had to build the pyramids and then the mortuary temple. And then this is the average Egypt game. You start on a navigable river and tell me, where do I go from here? How do I district this early? I have to go to sailing. I already reached research sailing because I'm playing on chiefdom or whatever the first difficulty is, so I can get to the Pacific faster. But like, how do you district this? Either you end up with navigable rivers that choke you to death, or you end up with no navigable rivers and you don't get any bonuses as Egypt. So they're unique poo-poo garbage. I don't think they're very good. Let's look at their civics. You get minor rivers do not end movement. This is a navigable river. It's not a minor river. This would not end movement. That's fine. That's okay. But you get Medjays generate 1 gold. 1 gold. So instead of costing you a gold, they give you a gold. Then you get +1 settlement limit. Only 1. 5 gold on the palace. Cool beans. And then you get the pyramids. They're not any earlier than they would be. They're later because you get the pyramids and masonry. And you can get to masonry really fast. You do have a good chance of getting the pyramids because I don't think that the AI works very hard to get the pyramids. +1 gold and +1 production on improvements and districts on minor and navigable river tiles in this settlement alone. Oh, I mean, really? I'm not excited about any of these. I'm not excited to get any of these bonuses. There's not a single civic bonus or I say, oh, I need that. I have to have that. Let's look at their traditions. +1 food on navigable rivers. 15% production towards wonders. That's good. This is the best thing that Egypt has, and it's still not great. And then you have 1 culture on navigable rivers. So they're very heavily focused into this navigable river playstyle, and I think that that's very flavorful. Oh, you guys can't even see. Oh no. Whoops, I'm not gonna mulligan that. Sorry, let me re-explain. This is I'm gonna edit it out. I'll edit it out. What I was saying is this is a typical Egypt spawn. Okay, this is a typical Egypt spawn, and you end up with this all the time. This is garbage. This is garbage. You don't want this. I'd have to put the pyramid over here, get the mortuary temple over here. Where do I district in this settlement, huh? Like, where do I district here? I can't. And then looking at their civics, like I said, 15% production towards constructing wonders is super strong, but not that strong. Everything else is really focused on this navigable river playstyle. So let's say +1 food on the navigable river, +1 culture on the navigable river. And what does the fishing key give us? I think it's +1 food as well, right? So +1 food on fishing boats. Is there anything else? That's another +1 food on fishing boats. So +3 total from their bonuses. Gold buildings, food buildings. So this would be 5 food, 1 production, 1 gold, 1 culture, 1 happiness. And that's not bad. That's really not bad. But your district adjacencies, you're just not going to get them. And specialists matter so much in this game that you're just not going to get what you want from Egypt to be really good. So Egypt, their bonuses, not so great. Their ease of play, not good either, because you really have to compete with the AI for culture and wonders, and this is what Egypt does. You're not getting trade route bonuses, you're not getting resource slot bonuses, you're not getting bonuses towards attacking, you're not meant to be attacking. You're a defensive turtley build wonder civ, and that's not very fun. So all in all, I'm giving Egypt, and where is Egypt? Generally poor. I think Egypt is one of the worst or second worst civ in the game. Talk about Greece. Greece is good. Democratia, 3 influence per turn on the palace. This is the most gate-kept resource in the game, influence. So getting straight up influence from the beginning without even considering your civics or things like that is really good, because influence gives you trade routes, influence gives you city-states, influence gives you war support, influence gives you endeavors, influence gives you sanctions. Influence is super powerful, and this is the largest straight up influence gain in the game, I think. Hoplites are also really good. They stack really well. If you put a hoplite, let's say that you're attacking a city on this mountain. Hoplite here, here, here. So a 3 hoplite front line is not, particularly hard to imagine. Then all 3 of these get +2. They get +2. And that's just really strong. Put some archers back here and a great general right here, and you get a really strong stack. The Logios gives you free codexes, gives you influence, gives you science, gives you culture. The Logii are really good. The Acropolis, 2 gold on the Parthenon for every city-state you're suzerain of. Odeon, 3 happiness, 1 culture adjacency for quarters, 3 culture, 2 influence. Again, that influence bonus if placed on rough terrain, and you have a bias towards rough terrain as Greece. So like everything in their kit is good, and usually that means that your civics are weak. But when we look at Greece and their civics, I love this tree. Look at how it's laid out. You have 2 choices from the beginning. Do you want to start with your happiness building? Do you want to start with your culture building? Immediately you get that. Fantastic. Then, as far as like your regular civics go, 2 culture for every active endeavor or project you have started or supported. That's if you get the culture endeavor sent to someone and they support it, you're getting +14 culture on that alone. Then you're going to end up with hoplites gain 1 combat strength for each city-state you're suzerain of. This stacks like crazy. You end up with 2 culture for each city-state you're suzerain of. It stacks like crazy, and then you get 1 settlement limit, which is pretty standard for most of the Antiquity Age civs. So like these like civics are really strong as long as you're getting city-states and you have the extra influence to get those city-states. And not only that, look at your traditions. 50% influence towards initiating and progressing the befriend independent project. So you're saving influence. 25% and army commander experience helps you defend yourself. 30% influence towards initiating endeavors, which boosts this culture from active endeavors. And then you get 30% influence towards initiating sanctions, which you could use to steal tech from somebody. Because you're very culture focused, you're not getting a lot of tech bonuses. But city-states themselves will give you tech bonuses. The city-states did get nerfed in the most recent patch to no longer give you the free civics, no longer give you the free technologies. You get 1 instead of 1 billion. When that was in the game previously, I think that Greece and Tecumseh were the strongest civ combo in the game. However, like everything in your kit is functional and useful. There's nothing in this kit that I look at and I say, I don't want to research this because everything is giving me something good. Everything is giving me something good. And your start bias towards rough terrain here gives you so much production, which is also just phenomenal and fantastic. Your kit here just giving you influence, great unit. The hoplite is not the best unit in the Antiquity era, but they're fantastic. They're cheap to spam out, cheap to maintain. The Logi are really good. There's so many good. I think they're the best great people in the Antiquity era, and then 2 gold so that you can just purchase your Logi all that you want for every city-state that you're suzerain of. Greece is great. They're uber flexible depending on the city-states around you. You depend on the civs in the game to get those endeavors going. Whatever, if you have a lot of scientific city-states and science-based civs, go for the science, right? Support all the endeavors that you can support. It's fantastic. Or sanction and steal from as many AIs as you can sanction and steal from. Greece is phenomenal. And for that reason, Greece is going to join these 2 up here. I think they're stronger than Carthage, but not as strong as Assyria. They're going to jump right up here in the always strong category and just hang out there and be happy. Okay, Han. The Han are an empire that I really enjoy. The capital and new towns gain additional population when their first growth events. So when you start at Pop 1 and then you move to Pop 2, you automatically go to Pop 3. You skip Pop 2. So you go from Pop 1 to Pop 3 immediately, which is pretty strong. It's not game breaking, it's not game ending, it's not changing the whole world here, but it does mean you get those specialists faster. It does push you to specialists faster because your towns, this is not cities, remember, it's towns. So, well, I mean, it doesn't matter, it's going to be cities. They can't start as cities except for your capital. That's why they put that in there. I see. So, like, you're going to be getting to Pop 5 faster, which means faster settlers. You're going to be getting to Pop 5 faster, which means faster conversions to cities. And faster conversions to cities means more yield. It means more, it's just a little tempo swing. It's not a huge bonus, but it is a general tempo swing. It gets better the wider you play. So Han does seem like the Han Ming Qing gambit does seem like you want to play tall, but no, this gets better the wider you are. The more free pop that you get, the better your specialists are going to be. The Chukonu is a double shot. Not double shot. I'm so used to playing the previous games. Chukonu is a 5 strength ranged unit, so pretty good. It's not as good as the burning arrows, I think, but I like the Chukonu. The Shi Dai Fu gives you like science, it gives you specialist yields, it gives you food. The Shi Dai Fu is better than the Jadi, not as good as the Logi, I think. I'm not like amazed every time I get one of these. There's a lot of codices in here that give you like culture. There's codices that give you influence. The Great Wall, 2 culture and 1 happiness. 2 culture, 1 happiness for adjacent Great Wall segments. And it's very defensive. I like the mini game of placing the Great Wall everywhere, but I do find that you're almost always playing the Han with very specific leaders that boost specialists, and these unique rural improvements are kind of anti-specialist. This only pays off really if you are building them in towns and if you are growing so much that you've hit your specialist limit. So you really want to push the growth here with the Han to get the most benefit out of them. I have no idea why the game randomly rolled me as Han Charlemagne. So these uniques are not really amazing. They're standard, similar to Aksum. Nothing that sticks out as like super strong. Let's look at our civic tree here as the Han. So like when we're looking at their uniques, I would say they're similar to Aksum, not nearly as strong as Assyria or Carthage, but better by far than Egypt, I would imagine. Flexibility is really high with the Han because growth leads to a lot of different things. When we look at their unique civic stuff, Science buildings gain 1 science adjacency for quarters. We like that. We like that a lot. You get a free settlement limit. So quarters, you're going to be building your science buildings in such a way that they're touching at least 1 quarter. And then you get +1 science, which is boosted by specialists. This adjacency is specialist boosting. It's adjacency. So normally you get adjacencies. So let's say that we're building our science building here on this tile. When we put our, let's say we put an academy and we put a library here, we're getting a bonus for this and a bonus for this. If we look here, you can see that we're getting +2 bonus. It's 3 base +2 bonus for adjacent resources. And this would be a +4 base +2 bonus for adjacent resources. But if we put a quarter here, and then we put a quarter here, sorry, we had to put something else there. Oh wait, we had to put something else here. We put a quarter here, and then we're going to probably get a quarter here. Let's argue that it's going to be this. And then we can even get a wonder or something up here to pop right up here. So this would be 1, 2, 3 adjacency from quarters, adding to this wonder +6 +7. So this would be +9 +10. So you're getting a huge amount of science adjacencies off of this first civic, which is a hidden power, in my opinion, that the Han have over other civilizations. I would argue that this is a hidden bonus that you don't think about too much. Li, 2 influence on the palace and +1 influence on science buildings. Or sorry, we'll ignore that. 2 influence on the palace. Again, that's influence. Influence is a rare gated bonus. You don't see it very often. Yi, Chukunus are stronger. This is a letdown. We're not a big fan of this. Chunza, +10 science in the capital. 10% science in the capital. Science, again, is super, or not science, percent bonuses is super limited. They're gate kept. They're hidden now. So this is powerful. And +1 science from specialists, +1 influence on happiness buildings, +1 influence on science buildings. These traditions, science and influence. We like influence as a bonus. We like science as a bonus. So like you're getting really strong traditions here as well. The big problem I have with the Han is that the Han are not super duper flexible. You are playing into science. You have to play into science to sort of get the most that you can get out of the Han. Science, growth, specialists, they seem to be designed for Confucius. I think that they're super easy to play. However, I do find that they tend to be a bit boring because you're never changing how you play the Han. You're playing them as grow, plop down specialists. You're going to be now doing the new expansionist city-states and science city-states or diplo city-states, and you're not building wonders. You're not building a lot of wonders as the Han. You're not building a lot of trade routes as the Han. You're really focused on just pushing the growth that you can push. Endeavors, the food endeavors are really good. So the Han, in my opinion, I don't think that they're bad. I don't think they're down here in poor. I think they're better than good with synergy. I might put them as generally good. However, I think if you are playing Confucius and then you go Han into Inca into something like Mexico or maybe Nepal or Qing or Qajar. Oh, Qajar. Oh, yeah, didn't even consider. I think that the Han can be really busted with specific synergy. Really strong with specific synergy. Sometimes down here. Most of the time, I think they're down here, and this is going to be a controversial take, but I think if you're playing them with like a super specific synergy, they can be really, really strong as any of these civs. But you know what? I'm going to take that back. I'm going to take that back because the unique bonuses, the traditions that you get out of the tree here, they don't carry very long. The traditions, 2 influence on the palace is good. 1 influence on happiness is good. You know what? No, never mind. No, the traditions are great. What am I talking about? I lied. I am a liar. Strong with specific synergy. They're going right up here. The Khmer. Let's talk about the Khmer. Districts on rivers do not remove the natural yield of the tile. What does that mean? If I go down here, I get +1 food, +1 happiness on this tile. So whatever district I put down there will always have +1 food, +1 happiness, but it doesn't get affected by adjacencies. The Utaitai, pretty strong elephant, slow but strong, and it doesn't get damaged by floods. That's kind of useful sometimes. The Vaishya, unique merchant, doesn't get damaged by floods. Meh. It is a merchant that has no bonus, in my opinion. It's just a little faster because it can move across wet terrain faster. And then the Beret does not remove. It's a warehouse building, +3 food, +1 food on all floodplains, and they do not get pillaged by floods. So it'll save you a little bit of money in the long run. Floodplains, like this is a floodplain. This is a floodplain. So, like, yeah. So I get food, yeah. So it gives you food for your little bonus here. This bonus of districts on rivers, it gives you food there. So yeah, I can see it. I'm not like jammed about any of these though. It's not making me like scream, please play the Khmer. So that usually means that their civic tree is a little better. But look at this setup. I hate this setup. I know I said like, oh, Assyria's setup is fine, but Assyria is so strong. Their uniques are so strong that it makes up for it. The Khmer uniques are not that great. The Beret we already talked about. Then you get +1 movement on your elephant. Okay. The best thing in this tree here is that you get Angkor Wat here instead of way down here. Now Angkor Wat is really strong. +1 specialist limit in your city. And it's so powerful because in the Antiquity era, you're usually getting 1 to 2 specialist limit. So you get 1 specialist limit here. And then the Angkor Wat gives you another specialist limit. So you can get 2. If you're Carthage or someone who gets I can't remember if anybody else gets a bonus to specialists in the narrative events, you can have 3. So this is really strong on Carthage. So it gives you 2 here as the Khmer. For the rest of the game, you'll get extra specialists, and that's probably makes Angkor Wat one of the best wonders in the game, and you get it much earlier. Chakravarti, 50% growth rate in the capital, -5 in every other city, -5 happiness. Who you want to play as small and tall as the Khmer, and I don't think small and tall is a really good playstyle for Civ 7. This is still a wide game. Even though you have a settlement limit, it still is better to go over that settlement limit and just ignore it. If you got happiness bonuses, this is taking that away. So these are not particularly good. I don't see these and scream, oh, please, I want more Khmer. Let's look at their traditions. 4 combat strength for units on floodplains. Very situational. 1 gold from specialist. That's okay. Not great, but that's okay. And then 100% food and happiness towards maintaining specialists. This is fantastic. This is the second strongest thing in the Khmer tree. So you really only got 2 strong things. When you look at like Assyria, they have almost everything in their kit is strong. You get 3 traditions that are not amazing. They're not amazing. Varna falls off fast. +1 gold. I mean, you do get more specialists in the later ages. Yeah, you do get more specialists in the later ages, but I don't know. I don't know if the like maybe 10 gold per city is really going to add up as too much. But this Kambumera is one of the better social policies in the whole game. And it works really well with Confucius and with Pachacudi, with the Majapahit, any sort of civilization that's focused on specialists. If you are going down a small, tall, heavy specialist gameplay, the Khmer does it for you. But kind of every civ plays specialist really well. And when I think about like, okay, I want to play like science, who am I going to play? Am I going to play as the Khmer when I could be playing as, you know, the Han or Assyria? I don't know if the Khmer really stand out. I would say that they're generally pretty poor. However, because of that Angkor Wat bonus and because of the Kambumera tradition, I'm going to put them as good with specific synergy, but nothing that they do makes me go, oh yeah, give me Khmer. I kind of would rather play Maurya anytime I'd rather play Khmer. I'd rather play the Mississippians anytime I'd rather play Khmer, and I'd much rather play the Maya anytime instead of playing Khmer. They should go here, but I think they're better than Egypt, so I'm going to put them as good with specific synergy. If you're going into like Inca, if you're going into Dai Viet, if you're going into Majapahit, if you're going into Ming, they can be good, but they're not nearly as good as anybody else going into the same categories. Maurya time. Maurya, they're not a civ that I think about very often. However, every time I play the Maurya, I have a good game. I think they are the happiness civ, right? So they give you 10% happiness in a settlement, 3 happiness, science from quarters, science from culture from mountains and wonders. But look, happy. So they're the happiness civ. And what does happiness give you? Happiness gives you culture, social policies, and social policies give you everything. So they're ultimately flexible. You also get an additional pantheon, which gives you more flexibility. So like, they're the go wide, be happy, and do what you want to do civ. I think they're not generally focused in any one direction, and they're just good overall across the board, based on their kit. So usually if their kit's that good, you look inside the tree and it's not that good. I don't like this setup. Because you have to tech 3 things to get to this 4th thing here. But you do have 4 traditions, which is more than most of the civs we've seen so far. Looking at their uniques, we talked about the buildings. The buildings are pretty good. They just get, they're just great happiness buildings. You also get healing next to your unique elephant. Your unique elephant is a strong boy. You get 3 combat strength for adjacencies. So if you're next to each other, your units fight better, which is, good, because you want things piled up next to your elephants, because they'll get the healing that you want. And then you get 10% yields to all settlements not founded by you, plus 1 settlement limit. So you're supposed to be aggressive. Their civics are sort of designed for angry Ashoka. They're split in half. Their civics are designed for angry Ashoka. However, if you look at their unique settler, your unique settler is the thing that's giving you 2 happiness to all of your settlements. So you're also incentivized to settle out. You're going to want to ignore this number up here. Your happiness lets you ignore that number up there. You settle and you conquer. You do both and you will excel as the Maurya, and your elephant helps you get there. Their traditions, on the other hand, are very focused on just being peaceful. So your civic bonuses are for angry Ashoka, and your traditions are for peaceful Ashoka. And their traditions are good. Their traditions, 3 happiness on science buildings. Happiness is good for the entire game, so that's great. 1 gold for every 5 surplus happiness in cities. This adds up. I have had some cities with almost 200 happiness in the late game. So +1 for every 5. That's going to be 50 gold in a city with that much happiness. Then you get 4 happiness on military buildings. You're going to be building military buildings because those are your production buildings. And then you have 1 science for every 5 surplus happiness in cities. Again, that could be up to 50 science in your capital city by the end of the game in the modern era. So like, these are all pretty solid. I like their traditions way more than I like their unique civic stuff. But their unique civic stuff is shored up by the fact that their unique quarter is so good. 10% happiness in the settlement. And then you get, if you just build these and you had baseline happiness, this would give you 5 happiness just from having the Matha in the settlement, plus, you know, stacking specialists and doing things like that. If you are able to get Angkor Wat, if you're able to get Borobudur, the Maurya, I think they're very baseline. They're not pushed in any one direction, right? You're just getting bonuses to happiness, which gives you extra policies, which give you everything else. So you're not like super forced into one play style, but they're good. They're generally really good. They're not super synergistic, so you can play everything, right? So I'm going to put them here at generally good. I don't think they're as boosted as these 3, but they're better than Aksum. Maybe not as good as Han with a specific with like Confucius or somebody, but just generally, if you want to play a good game of Civ and learn about why specialists and happiness and social policy slots and celebrations are so good, the Maurya are what's going to get you there. Oh well, we're an hour and 12 minutes into this and I haven't even finished Antiquity. This is going to be a 3-hour video. Oh no. The Maya used to be probably the greatest Antiquity Age civilization. I have dropped, in my opinion, of the Maya a little bit after their nerf. They do get 0.5 science for adjacent vegetated tiles to the capital. So if we look right now, 1 vegetated, 2... Nah, it's not vegetated. Is it? No. 1, 2 adjacent vegetated tiles to the capital would be giving us 1 extra science. We're at 11 instead of the normal 10. This is just a little early game tempo. It's not something that is super influential, which means that their civic tree better be really good. Their Holche is a good ranged unit, can see through vegetation. Jaguar Slayer is the only scout that can attack in the game. Then you get the Uwabilku, which is your unique quarter. Whenever you finish a technology, the settlement gains production equal to 5% of the cost, and that scales with the game, right? So late game, you're really getting huge production bonuses out of this. The Jala, 3 happiness, 1 culture adjacency for quarters, easiest adjacency in the game. The Kuna, 3 science, 2 science if placed on vegetated terrain, so we could pop it right there, and we would get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 adjacency for quarters around it. Plus 1 adjacency for wonders, so we get 1 wonder and then 3 adjacency for quarters around it, 4 adjacency for quarters around it. This is one of the better unique quarters, and again, unique quarters are probably any civ with a unique quarter is probably better than any civ that doesn't have a unique quarter. So unique quarters are really powerful, really strong, and the Weibo Ku is a really good unique quarter. When we look at their civics, when you look at their Maya civics, I love this tree. I love this 2-into-1 tree. I love the way these are set up. You get the whole chain Jaguar Stayers gain stealth, which is like neither here nor there. That feels like a multiplayer bonus, and I don't play multiplayer. I'm specifically focused on single player, so this is a bonus that I just ignore. The altar gains 1 science adjacency from vegetated terrain. This is good at the beginning and falls off later. So anything with a vegetated terrain bonus falls off pretty fast. Then you get, after researching a technology, gain culture equal to 10% of its cost. After studying a civic, gain science equal to 10% of its cost. Calendar round used to be stronger. This got nerfed. I think it used to be 15%. And also the Uyabil bonus of the production used to be stronger. So they got nerfed pretty strongly. But this is still really good. This is recursive bonuses that feed into themselves, and we like those bonuses. So this is a really good, strong civic tree. You only get +1 settlement limit, which is lower than other civilizations, but you do get 4 traditions, which is higher than others. We get Zolkin, 2 science on happiness buildings, 2 culture on happiness buildings. You get all units gain poison, which is stronger against wounded units. That's really powerful. Don't discount that bonus. And then Petkot, 1 science on vegetated terrain in cities. This falls off. This is good when you're early in exploration, early in antiquity, but it falls off as you go into modern. So I think, in my opinion, mine are the ultimate tempo civ. You get so many bonuses to skyrocket you early, and then they do fall off later, except for this fantastic unique quarter. This used to be 15 or 10%. It did get nerfed. So yeah, don't forget though that your unique traditions also work on your Jala, which is a happiness building. So you will be getting science and culture on your unique quarter, but it's not adjacencies, so it won't get boosted by specialists. The Maya are a really good civ, but they're not very flexible. You're really not going to be doing any like merchant stuff, and there's no help with any of those things. You're very focused on science. You're going to be getting science, and you're going to be aggressive. So I think that they're just playing the way a lot of civs play that way, right? There's sort of like, there's a few different types of civ in this game. There's the super science military civs. Then there's the happiness civs. Then you have the growth civs, and then you have the trade civs. I don't think there's really any particularly strong culture civ, and that's really, in my opinion, missing from the game. You have military and happiness, or military science, or you have trade and happiness, or trade and science, or trade and culture, or you have just growth and happiness. And the Maya fit into that military science, which is a pretty strong way to play the game. So I think they're pretty easy to understand, but in my opinion, they super boring. Their bonuses are really passive. As soon as you build your unique quarter, you're not playing any different than you would normally play. So they're not my favorite civ to play in the game. However, I do see the strength of them. I used to put them up here as always strong. I used to think that they were fantastic, but now that I'm looking at like these 3, I can't put the Maya up here with these 3. However, if you have someone who is a super techer like Ben Franklin or Ada Lovelace, or I can't think of any other leader right off of the top of my head that's or Confucius. What am I talking about? Confucius. I think that production bonus really kicks in, so I'm going to put them as strong with specific synergy. Otherwise, I would put them at generally good, but do I think the Han are better than the Maya? Am I crazy enough to believe that? No, I'll put them in strong with specifics. If you're playing as Ben Franklin and the Maya, you're playing a good game. You're playing a happy game. Moving on now, we're going to jump over to the Mississippians. When we look at the Mississippians have goose societies. All buildings receive food adjacency for resources. You want to be settling in clumps of resources. This is generally a buff to your specialists on your science and production buildings, right? Or your markets and your gardens, your food and gold buildings. You're not often building your culture buildings or happiness buildings next to resources, right? So when I look at this goose societies, I look at like, oh, my campus is much better, my library is much better. Or if I had settled over here, let's see, we've got if I had settled closer to this, my market, my garden would be much better, right? It's just getting 2 food adjacency. Or if I just want a quick boost, my granary here is going to get boosted and be a little bit better overall. So Goose Society is good, but it's not game breaking. It doesn't change like the whole meta or anything. Burning Arrow, these are good. They are ranged units that cause a burning effect on the ground, and they're better against siege units. So this is really good. The Watunahi is another unique merchant. There's like 4 million of these bad boys in the game. There's so many unique merchants and so many unique missionaries. But whenever you trade a resource, you get 25 gold per resource acquired when creating a trade route, which can be up to like 100 or more gold, depending on how late in the game the trade route starts. And then you have the pot cop, 1 gold and 1 food for each adjacent resource. Pot cop's okay. These bonuses are solid. They're not amazing though. Compare this to Assyria again. Compared to Assyria, compared to the Han, who is getting a whole extra population, I think these bonuses are a little bit of a letdown. But when we look at their civic tree, we'll see why their bonuses are a little less strong. Again, I am okay with this civic tree. I wish it was reversed. I love the civic trees that start with 2 and end in 1 instead of starting with 1 and ending in 2. We get 10% production towards constructing buildings. That's good. We like, this is a Pantheon bonus. There's a Pantheon that gives you this bonus. So you're getting a Pantheon bonus for free. Are you Maurya? Are you playing as Maurya this time? You get 1 settlement limit, which is standard, just the +1 settlement limit. You get the Monk's Mound crazy early. Monk's Mound is down here at Commerce. Gives you 4 resource capacity in the settlement, which is super good for the Silk Roads. Then you get 2 resource capacity. So if you get this, plus this, you have 6 extra resource capacity without building a market. Then you get Burning Arrows can pillage. So these civics are, the wonder being this early is fantastic. This is kind of a Khmer situation where a lot of their bonuses is laid up in that wonder being super early. This Monk's Mound being this early, nobody's going to get this before you do. And Monk's Mound for an economic game is really, resources are good. Don't discount the power of resources. Then let's look at their traditions. Gift economy, 1 golden happiness for every imported resource. If you're playing as Xerxes and you're getting a lot of trade routes, Xerxes here, 1 trade route plus 1 trade route, that's 2 I automatically get with him if I send, it's 2 I automatically get with him. All those imported resources would be giving me golden happiness, which is, we like that. That's pretty good. Then you get, this is what kind of holds up. We'll talk about that last. Let's look at Wahi, 4 combat strength for ranged units, wind defending. So that just makes your burning arrows take more hits. But shelled timber pottery, this is what is really carrying the Mississippians into a good status. Shelled timber pottery, 1 gold adjacency for resource on all buildings. So whatever I build around this gets +1 gold that can be boosted by specialists for the rest of the game, just forever and ever and ever for the rest of the game. If I put a monument here, I would be getting a +1 gold. If I put a garden or a market here, I'd be getting +2 food, +2 gold, right? So this is super powerful. Shelled timber pottery. I find that whenever I start as the Mississippians, I'm running shelled timber pottery almost the entire game. Even into the modern era. If it was +1 gold per age, it'd be even better. It does fall off a little bit in the modern era, but gold is very flexible. I think we're all sort of sleeping on gold a bit. We're all focused on influence and talking about how good playing with city-states is, and we're all sleeping on how good gold actually is. A Achaemenid Xerxes is one of the best leaders in the game because he gets so many trade routes and gold, right? So we're kind of sleeping on gold, and shelled timber pottery allows us to get a lot of gold. However, I do have to say the majority of their bonuses feel a little weak. I like playing as the Mississippians, but I never go sort of like, whoa. Whenever I play as Greece, I'm just sort of blown away sometimes by the things that I can do. Whenever I play as Carthage and I have 500 cities across the map, I'm kind of like, wow, look at what I'm doing. And Assyria, again, we just can't talk about Assyria. It's just not fair. I'm putting Mississippians as generally good. At the top of generally good, I think they're better than all of these guys. But I think if I have the right synergies, I would much rather be playing as the Han or the Maya. But most of the time, if I'm playing just a random game, I'd much rather have the Mississippians. Persia, 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 Persia. Persia, infantry units receive 3 combat strength when attacking. Man, that's okay, but you're not using infantry units to attack as much as you're using cavalry units to attack. Infantry are blockers. They sit in front of things while your siege and your range units do the damage, and then your cavalry units come from behind, swoop in and kill things off. You're not using infantry for that. You get the Immortal, which heals 15 health after defeating an enemy unit. You get the Hazarapatis, a unique commander that starts with initiative. I think all generals should start with initiative. It's always the first point that I take, the assault tree attack after unpacking ability. So this guy is just like a baseline general for me. I just get to the commendation faster. In fact, it makes my ranged units faster because I never pick up the infantry bonus first. I always pick up the ranged unit first. And then you have the Paradisa, +1 culture and gold. Meh. When you compare this to the Hawillet, this is a lot worse than the Hawillet. You get no unique quarter, and this kit sucks. I think Persia's pretty bad. They're designed to be hyper aggressive, but you're using a infantry unit to do the aggressing, and infantry are not good. When you look at your civic trees, you get -1 maintenance for units. You get Paradisa gets a happiness from quarters. You get 1 settlement, 2 settlement, and then you get 5 gold for every different civilization you've captured a settlement from, which is like only going to be probably 10 gold per turn, maybe 20 gold per turn. At most 15 gold per turn, I think, right? Unless you're playing on Pangea. So this kind of has a cap on it. Their traditions better be great. 50% production towards infantry. 3 gold for every town. That's okay. This gets better the later in the game you go. And then 3 combat strength for units in enemy territory. This is not particularly amazing. I think Persia's really bad. If I were to like buff Persia, I would like give them something that's better than they. I don't know what they need more gold. You do get a lot of unique events that give you free units. That's cool, but it's almost always infantry units. And again, infantry spam is not the way to play the game unless you're playing like hoplites, because they give each other combat bonuses. So I don't know. I just don't see Persia as a particularly fantastic civ. Give them something that helps like siege units or ranged units also. Or maybe like heal faster if you're going to be attacking with your infantry units. I know you already have the Immortal that heals, but maybe that carries over for the whole game. Give them a social policy or a tradition that heals forever. And maybe that might help make Persia a better choice for an aggressive game. But with that being said, we are going to rank Persia very low and generally poor. Just a little tangent here at the 1 hour 30-minute mark. The more I play this game, the more I find I miss having Eurekas. But let's talk about Rome. Rome has like this weird deal where Civ 4 Rome was fantastic. Civ 5 Rome was not. Civ 6 Rome is very good. Civ 7 again Rome is not. I think Rome is a little nerfed. They broke the Legion a little bit. This needs to get buffed back up. +1 culture on districts in the capital, on city centers and towns. It's in districts in the capital and city centers in town. So you get it +1 culture per town you found. Then you get the 1 combat strength for every tradition in the government on the Legion. That can be up to 4. So 4 combat strength. You get the unique general, which can create settlements. So it saves you production on settlers as long as you're fighting. But if you're fighting, you're going to be getting cities for free. So you don't need to build more settlers. The Forum gives you +1 culture for every unique tradition. That can be up to +4 in Antiquity and up to 12 in the modern era. And then you get 3 gold and 1 influence adjacency for culture buildings, 3 happiness, 1 culture adjacency for happiness buildings. The best thing about the forum is that the Basilica and Temple of Jupiter, their adjacencies complement each other. So you're usually building a culture and happiness building on the same tile. So your monument and your villa go really well together. So if you put this next to a monument or villa, you're getting the double adjacency there, which is really good. None of these things really make me scream, oh yeah, though. I think Rome is like the vanilla Civ. If you don't know what to do in this game, Rome will teach you what to do. It is very, very vanilla. When you look at their unique civic tree, they have a weird one. 2 and then 1, 1. But they do get 1, 2, 3, 4 unique traditions, and they get a lot of settlement limit. They get the +2 settlement limit and a free social policy. So their civics are decent. The legatus gets a bulwark promotion for free, hurrying you up to those 3 promotions for a free settler. You get 2 gold in the capital for every town you own. That scales up really fast. You get a free infantry unit in new settlements. And you get a settlement and social policy slot and kind of early access to the Colosseum. But the Colosseum is actually 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So usually you're probably going to go down first and then up. So it might be 5 away if you think about it that way. So this might give you 1 extra civic on the Colosseum, but I find that the AI doesn't build the Colosseum enough, so I'm able to get it pretty easily most of the time. Their civics are all about expanding and getting things for expanding, and then you get like things that help you expand. But you don't get that much extra settlement limit. 2 is really good. Carthage gets 2. Maurya gets 2. Assyria gets 2. So those are pretty solid. Their traditions are where it's at, I think, for Rome. I like their traditions. You get 5% production towards military units in the capital for every town. So you build legions faster. Training an infantry unit grants culture equal to 25% of its production cost. So as you're building legions, you're progressing through this. 5% food, gold, and culture in towns without a growing focus. So anytime you specialize a town, which you should be doing, you get 5% food, gold, and culture. This is really good for urban towns. Rome is the ultimate urban town civ. And then you get 1 production on urban districts in your capital forever. That does add up. It's really good for exploration, drops off in modern. But this free social policy slot's really good too. Rome's solid. There's nothing here that makes me go, oh, I really have to have this bonus. But there's no bonus in here where I say like with Persia, -1 gold maintenance for units or extra production towards infantry units. I get extra production towards military units for every town. Okay, this is better than Persia's bonus. I get culture for those infantry units. I get settlers and things for those infantry units. So Rome just does everything that Persia wants to do better. Their kit is highly synergistic. You found up to cap, and then you conquer beyond the cap. You don't get happiness though. You do need happiness in order to continue with those settlement rushes. But Rome sets you up for a pretty solid game. But nobody really breaks Rome, I think. Like, some leaders break certain civs. Confucius and the Han are really good. Tecumseh in Greece, really good. Genghis Khan, or honestly, Ben Franklin in Assyria, are really, really good. But Rome, nobody really does that. So we're putting Rome as generally good. Generally good. I think I might be rating Han a bit high, but I like the Han. I like the Han. Now, let's talk about the Silla. And I gotta say, I'm a big fan of the Silla Not just because I am a huge Koreaboo, I live in Korea and I love the culture. I think they're genuinely pretty good. I like them. Culture and trade is a good focus, I think, for the game. So the Silla, they get 1 culture on resources, and this is better than you think it is. Culture early game is key. It gets you through the civics faster. I have 12 culture per turn before slotting in, what is it? What's the social policy? Was it God King or Charismatic Leader? Is it Charismatic Leader? I'm in the wrong place here. Charismatic Leader. Before slotting in Charismatic Leader, I have 12 culture per turn, just because of the resources that I've got. Then you get the Hwarang, which is a surprisingly good ranged unit. It's fast. Fast ranged units are good ranged units. You want quick ranged units moving around and doing things. You get this Hangdaedung, which is a unique merchant, again, with the unique merchants, about 5 million of them, but they're actually really good because you get 5 gold for the current relationship level. So if you're helpful, friendly, and allied, you can get more. And so you just get a bigger burst of gold than other civs do, except for maybe the Mississippians, maybe. The Shilla Unique Quarter, you get 1 gold for every resource assigned to the city. This gets good all throughout the whole game. 3 culture on the lecture hall, plus 1 culture adjacency for wonders. That's a hard culture adjacency, but if you place it in rough terrain, you get to increase the resources assigned to the city, which gives you more gold. And then the pagoda, 3 happiness, 1 influence. We love influence buildings for natural wonders, mountains, and wonders. So this is a happiness building, which gets boosted by various things. So like their baseline kit is good, just as good as like Rome, and they get a unique quarter, which is something that makes civs usually better. When we look at their civic tree, it should probably be a little worse because their kit is good, but oh, I love this civic setup. 1 into 3. I think 3 into 1 is better, but I really like options. It allows you to customize your game. You do have to go Kolpum first, but Kolpum is good. It's really good. When you form an alliance, both players receive a free trade route. This trade route does not go away and does not count against your trade route limit. So you just get influence for free. Influence, resources, and gold for free. So you never, ever, ever want to be trading with their capital city because you'll get a free trade route with their capital as long as you can ally them. Opsong, 2 happiness on resources in towns with a happiness building. This comes into play a lot if you're playing wide. Last time I played Shilla, I played Lafayette and I went super wide. I had 20 some settlements and I didn't go unhappy just because I was throwing down markets in urban towns or trade outposts and just getting happiness off resources I'm dumping into towns. You get, when you defeat an enemy with a Hwarang, your unique archer, you get culture. So you're just pushing this faster. You get a free social policy slot. That's a little bit rare. The social policy slot is just rare. We've only seen it on Rome so far, so that's good. Increases the number of resources that may be assigned to towns by 1, which adds in to your Kolpum mastery. And then 5 land trade route range to all settlements. And I'm a little less jazzed about this, but I'm down for their uniques. I'm down for this one, the alliance trade route. I love the defeating a unit gets culture, and I like the free social policy slot, so I'm really down. And then they get 4 traditions. They're one of the few that are blessed with 4. Golden Road, 1 science for each imported resource. That's so good. That counteracts Qing in the late game. All right, so you're just counteracting the Qing negative later in the game. You get 2 happiness on resources with a happiness building. We already talked about how good that is. You get all allied trade routes between you and your allies awards food and production equal to gold. Oh, is this good? The Samguk Sagi, I ran the whole game both times I've played Shilla. So good if you were focusing on your trade routes. Now, if you're playing an aggressive game, unless you're playing as Prussia, this is not going to be doing very much. Well, you have to have allies. Never mind. This, you have to play peaceful. You can't be aggressive with Silla. Then we get Sorabol, which is 1 gold and 1 influence on resources assigned to trade outposts or factory towns. I find that this is less good. I almost never ran this when I was doing my Silla games. I think this is a big letdown. Even though it's an influence bonus, you're not getting as many as you want, because in the exploration era, it really works in the modern era, I should say, but +1 gold, +1 influence is not super game breaking in the modern era, and it has to ramp up in the modern era. So this is kind of a letdown. But Bopsong and Strategic Allies and Golden Road, those are all really very good bonuses. Silla is good. I would say that Silla are generally good. However, I'm going to put them at strongest specific synergy, because if you play as a Achaemenid Xerxes and you play Silla into Chola into Qing, you're going to have a game. You're going to have such a game. The science bonus on those resources really is so good. And then all the trade routes that it's just Silla there again. If you noticed, and this is a little bit sad, DLC Civ, DLC Civ, DLC Civ. All the DLC Civs are grouped right up here at the top. Greece, the lone base game Civ, here at the top of the pile so far. Oh boy, we are 1 hour and 40 minutes into this tier list, and we have only made it to the exploration era. We're about halfway through. 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, we're halfway through. We'll speed up and get through the exploration era as well. We start with the Abbasids. The Abbasids did get nerfed. They did take a big hit to their thing, but it wasn't that big of a change in my opinion. They don't play any different than they played previously. The devs say that it slows them down. I don't think it does. We have the Medina, 30 gold for each rural population of the city when you create a specialist. So let's look at our city right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rural pop. So if I place a specialist down on this tile, I would get 9 times 30. I would be getting 270 gold every time I did that, and that would only grow as the game went on. You get the Mamluk, which is a defensive cavalry unit. This is pretty bad, I think. This is pretty bad. I'm not a big fan of the Mamluk. The Alim, these are phenomenal. These great people have so much science bonuses and like specialists. You get free specialists with the Alim pretty often. I'm down for them. This is probably the best great people in the game, in my opinion. Then you get the Ulema, which is 1 science to all specialists in the city. You're already seeing a flavor here, which is science and specialists. The Madrasa, 6 science, that's the highest, is so high, that base science yield. And think about how high Assyria's royal library is compared to Madrasa. It's almost there. +1 science adjacency for quarters, easiest adjacency in the game. Science buildings and wonders. The Abbasid unique, Mosque, 6 happiness, 1 culture for happiness buildings and wonders. So you want to put like a madrasa and then above it a science and a happiness building. And then you get happiness adjacency for culture buildings, culture adjacency for happiness buildings. This is soups good. We love the Ulema. Looking at their base kit, the Abbasids are phenomenal. And when we start judging exploration era civs, we have to judge them on their base kit a lot more than their traditions. The Antiquity era civs, I'm judging them very heavily on their traditions because they have to carry through 2 whole eras of the game, beyond, well, 3 total eras of the game. But the Exploration era civs, their traditions matter a little bit less than the raw power that you get from them. The exploration age is the age where you boost, you scale to infinity, and then modern age you finish up. So you want a good all-around kit in exploration, whereas in antiquity you're much more focused on traditions making you be good. When we look at their kit, remember, you get their unique civics right away from turn 1, and you get 20% production towards constructing buildings in cities with at least 5 specialists. This slowed them down if you began a game in the Renaissance era. It used to be 8 urban population, and as you can see, we already have 8 urban population in Baghdad here. 8 urban population is easy to get. 5 specialists is a little bit harder to get, okay? But you will have 5 specialists in your capital at the very least by the time you get to exploration age. This is not a bonus that you're going to unlock this as soon as you finish this civic in your capital, at least. It's not slowing you down as much as the devs hoped it would. And then you get 4 food on science buildings, helping you get to those specialists faster. You also get 2 happiness on resources in settlements with a temple. Your Ulema, I think, counts as a temple. Earn science equal to 25% of trade income, which is surprisingly strong, especially if you're playing as like Xerxes. Then you're going to get Mamluks gain the skirmish ability. No one cares about this. You're not using Mamluks to attack. You're using Mamluks for defense. I don't think the Abbasids are at all an offensive civ. And then Al-Jabbar, this is where you want to go. 10% science in cities with at least 5 specialists. Super powerful, and I love the way this tree is set up. Finally, you get 33% happiness towards maintaining specialists, making getting these easier. So Abbasids, they were obviously designed first for exploration era. Their abilities are like recursive. They feed into each other. They support each other. They make a lot of sense. Their base kit is really strong. You're going to be pushing a ton of science as the Abbasids. Now let's check out their traditions. 2 science and happiness in towns. We like that. 4 food, or all buildings receive +1 science adjacency with the city, hall, and palace. We like that too. And then 1 gold in science for each resource assigned to cities with at least 5 specialists. We love that. You can see how they're hyper focused on science. So the Abbasids are not flexible at all. They are the science civ, but science gives you a lot of things, especially production, and science is just good. So it's clearly easy to play. It's very strong uniques, very strong civics, and very strong traditions. So the Abbasids are just really good. They didn't get slowed down as much as you might think with the nerf. I'm putting them at always strong. 5 specialists is easy to get. I always start exploration age with like 3 cities with 4 to 5 specialists each, so it's not a problem. It's really not a problem. If you're not starting with 5 specialists, you're really not playing correctly. So it didn't slow them down in the least. They need to pay attention to the numbers rather than the access to the bonuses. Bulgaria is a civ that I rated lowly last time, and I kind of regret it. The more I play Bulgaria, the more I'm like, whoa, Bulgaria is pretty good with the right setup. So Bulgaria, you get production in all cities when pillaging, equal to 50% of the yield. So this is not towns, it is cities. It's very specific. Then all combat units receive -3 combat strength against district with medieval walls. So you're not incentivized to be taking cities. You're incentivized to be ruining cities to improve your own cities. You get the horse, 3 combat strength when fighting in rough terrain. You get the commander, 3 movement, and you can pillage for 1 movement, which is much cheaper. And then the hidden fortress is production. So you're getting big production bonuses, but the world is going to hate you because you're going to be like burning things down to the ground. So it doesn't look great on first look, but this combat bonus or negative, where is it? 3 combat strength against districts with a medieval wall. It doesn't even matter, bro. It doesn't even matter. Don't fight Vietnam. Fight everybody else. It doesn't even matter. Don't take cities, take towns. Take their towns. Their towns don't have medieval walls. When you look at their civic tree, it's really solid. Their bonuses: combat units receive 5 combat strength when you have at least 5 relics. That comes into the game late, but it does pay off big time. It does offset that -3 penalty that you have. You get access to the Rila Monastery pretty early. Rila Monastery is usually in the tech tree, not in the civic tree. Robert, look in the correct place. Heraldry. It takes at least 2 to get there. The AI usually gets that first because they have the techs unlocked on deity difficulty. But this is earlier than that if you want that. And the Rila Monastery gives you a free relic every time you build a wonder. You also get 2 happiness on hidden fortresses in a settlement with the temple. You're going to be warring and having war weariness, so happiness does pay off. Happiness is important for you. You get a free relic. You get 2 culture on your hidden fortresses in adjacent to mountain tiles, and 2 migrants in the capital. I have found that I really never build those hidden fortresses. I build just a couple. In the exploration age, I'm more often building districts. I'm more often building buildings. Maybe I'm playing wrong by not putting these things in my like towns and stuff. But I don't build the unique improvements enough. That's probably a problem with me. And then you get +1 settlement limit. That's not great. Their uniques are not fantastic. However, their traditions are really good. You get food to all towns when pillaging, equal to 50% of the yield. So you get production in your cities, and you get food in your towns, and food in your towns equals to food in your cities. Then you get 50% yields from pillaging, which makes the production and food that your cities are receiving even better. And you get great works provide 1 happiness and 1 gold, which is your relics. So I think Bulgaria is in a really weird position where you never want to play Bulgaria unless you were already planning to play Bulgaria. If I'm starting the game as the Khmer, I'm not switching into Bulgaria. If I'm starting the game as the Maya, I'm not switching into Bulgaria. But if I started the game as Charlemagne, and I have an aggressive civ that gives me Assyria, for example, then I love to play Bulgaria. If I want to play as Buganda, then I love to play as Bulgaria, because Buganda gives you those pillaging bonuses as well. I think, though, on a regular, just straight up basis, Bulgaria's kit is good, generally, if you play into it. I think they're generally good. But if you have that synergy, if you're playing as new Emperor Napoleon, I liked the old Emperor Napoleon with Bulgaria really good, because the world hated you anyway because you're pillaging. If you're playing as Charlemagne, if you've started as the Assyrians, and if you plan to go into the Bugandans, if you're playing as Genghis Khan, but if you're playing as Genghis Khan, you're always playing Mongolia, right? Then Bulgaria is strong with that specific synergy. But most of the time I would put them as generally good. Let's talk about the Chola next. Chola, a civ that has grown on me. I think I put them as weak last time, but they've grown on me quite a bit. +1 trade route from the improved trade relations action. So you get 2 trade routes for every trade route, which I have moved into the loving trade routes sort of gameplay. So that makes them go up in my esteem. And literally only that. The fact that I have come to appreciate trade routes more has moved Chola from weak to not weak in my esteem. The Kalam, 2 attack boat. If you're invading the distant lands, this will help you do it. Otaru gives you a naval unit. Opposing military units get less combat strength. It, again, helps you attack those distant lands, but I have found that attacking the distant lands is no fun, so I just don't do it. The unique quarter I'm mostly down with. you get 5 land trade route and 15 naval trade route range. You get 6 happiness, culture or gold adjacency for quarters, easiest adjacency. Happiness for gold buildings on the coast, so you want to put this near the coast. And then 6 gold, 1 adjacency for coastal terrain, doubling up on that adjacency bonus. You want to be near the coast. And it just makes building boats faster. I'm not mega down for this, but happiness and gold, to me, this is exploration era Moria. This is the flexible civ. Gold, happiness gives you flexibility. These uniques are not amazing. Compare them to the Abbasids. These uniques are a little weak when compared to that. They're not giving you any sort of yield that directly leads to you winning the game, but it gives you options. I hate their tree though. I don't like how this is designed. Their bonuses I don't think are particularly fantastic. 50% influence towards initiating trade improvement is good because you're getting more discounts, because you're only having to hit trade relations improved once to get 2 trade routes, so you're getting like double the cheapness. This is hiding a bit of its power a little bit behind your unique. So this is one of the best parts of their civic tree. 2 resource capacity in the capital. We like resource capacity, it helps. 1 gold from active diplo actions that you start or support. You're saving influence here, but you're not getting any bonus influence other than that. So I'm not as big a fan of this. You're getting so much gold from other places that you don't need this to be gold. This could be something else and it would be better for you. Boat gets 1 movement and sight. I hate boat upgrades in the civic tree. Stop upgrading my boats. We don't use them. Only +1 settlement limit, but I do feel like you're incentivized to settle quite a bit with them to gather up resources. You also get a free promotion on your leader. Who cares? And the Brihar d'Issoir temple is a little... to get this, you need to go 1, 2, 3, 4. To get this, you need to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's in the same place. It's not going to come faster, but the AI doesn't build this very quickly, so you're likely to get it, and it does give you influence. If their civics are this bad, and their unique units are just okay, well then their traditions better be more than okay. When we look at their traditions, 3 culture on gold buildings, this is good. You're going to be building gold buildings, and you're double dipping. I love double dipping on buildings. I don't have to build my culture buildings to get culture. I can build my gold buildings to get enough culture to get by. -2 gold maintenance for naval units. I hate anything that has to do with naval units, so I hate this. And then we get 4 golden settlements other than your capital if they have a water building. And if you spread wide, this is pretty strong, but it's not super duper strong. I don't hate the Chola. I think the gameplay with the Chola is you have to have had a big antiquity age. You need to put Carthage, Silla, Xerxes Achaemenid, Mississippians, anything that allows you to go wide and full of trade routes allows you to start the game off as a Chola, because you need people to like you so that they don't declare war on you. Your unique unit is a boat. You can't do anything to anybody attacking you on land. You don't have any combat strength bonuses, so you need to move into this era peaceful and happy with friends from trade routes. You need to be big so you can get bonuses from your stuff. All of your stuff scales off of size. So the more cities you have, the more influence you'll have. The more gold buildings you have, the more culture you'll get. The more towns you have, the more gold you'll get. So you need to scale up and then trade. For that reason, I don't think they're a civ that you can just recover a game with. The Abbasids, if you do poorly, the Abbasids will save your game. If you are struggling with your domination game, the Bulgaria will help save that game from the yields you'll get from pillaging. Chola don't do that. Last time I put them at poor, but I don't think they're poor. I think they're good with specific synergy. I would put them above the Khmer, but I'm putting all the exploration age on the outer edge here. I think they're good with specific synergy, but they don't make me scream happiness unless I'm playing trade focused civs already. Let's talk about a civ that I'm super down on. I recently played a Dai Viet game and I loved every minute of it. I was a really big fan of Dai Viet. You get 5 culture for each urban population when you complete a fortification, and you're heavily incentivized to be building your walls. You get the Voisin, +1 sight, +1 movement, and extra combat strength, moves after attacking, very powerful. Your unique settler gives you 5 culture for every tropical tile within 3 of the city center. Really good. And then the water puppet theater was much better than I expected. 4 food, 2 happiness if built on floodplains, and +1 culture each time the settlement has received fertility from a flood, storm, or volcano. This is pretty sick, especially if you combine them with the Khmer. You can see a clear bonus line coming through here with the beret and then the water puppet theater. You also the buildings do not get pillaged by flood, so you just replace the beret with the water puppet theater. Just put it on top. Just put it on top of the beret. So like these are just okay. It's not like anything that makes me go whoa when I see this. I think a lot of Dai Viet's power is hidden in here. Look at this tree. I love the way this is set up because it gives you choices. The more choices you have, the happier you are. And then the final capstone is really nothing. This is just 5 combat strength when defending in tropical and 1 settlement limit. But all the power comes up here. Also, you only have 3 traditions, so these civics have better be great. First, 3 combat strength during formal wars, doubled in your territory. 6 combat strength when defending is strong. Plus the fact that you're gonna have medieval walls everywhere. Oof. Don't ever invade Vietnam. It's just too powerful. 50% production towards constructing fortifications. Oof. Again, super powerful because you're incentivized to be building your fortified buildings, because you get 5 culture for each urban population when you complete fortification building, pushing you even faster through the civic tree. You also get culture buildings receive 1 culture when adjacent to tropical. You get a free relic. You get 2 culture to floodplain tiles. And you get 2 food on the water puppet theaters in settlements with a grist mill. Now, all of this is just really good in combination with the Khmer. Really good in combination with the Khmer. It's also surprisingly good when combined with the Maya, because the Maya have a tropical spawn bias. But that water puppet theater beret feedback loop is real good. We like that. The biggest thing I think that comes from Vietnam is this wonder, the Tan Hue. 1 specialist limit in cities with 7 fortification constructibles. Add this with Angkor Wat, and you get an insane amount of specialist limit. It's so good. So good. For your, where is this normally? I don't think it's in this tree. I think it's in the tech tree. No, Forbidden City is also phenomenal. Beeline this. This AI never builds this. Get the Forbidden City. I'm pretty sure the Tan Hue is in the tech tree, right here at castles. So it's pretty early on, but you have to have a city with 7 medieval walls. So the AI really doesn't prioritize that. You can get that pretty easy, and you build it half cost. So try to get it. Their civics are not bad, but nothing to write home about. Or traditions, I mean. 2 gold on fortifications. That's a decent amount of gold. You get 2 culture to food buildings, 2 food to culture buildings. I ran this the whole time. I think this is really good. And then you get 10% growth in talent. I also ran this the whole time. So I don't think their traditions are very good into the modern age. However, I think the bonuses they get to culture are very good for this age. As long as you have set them up properly, they can be really good in the exploration. And that culture, the future cities you get off of culture, can be very good moving into the modern age. But their traditions are not something that's going to carry the modern age. It's just like a tempo boost in the modern age. I like Vietnam. I like the Dai Viet. But, oh no, I did the whole thing with the, please forgive me. Please forgive me, because I'm not going to redo it. I like the Dai Viet. I don't think that they are always strong, or even strong with a specific synergy, or generally good. I think they are good with a specific synergy, but I do like them. I do really like them. Khmer into Dai Viet, very strong. Go Khmer into Dai Viet, you'll feel really good. I also think sometimes Silla into Dai Viet might be pretty good, but you really, you know what? No. I would say they're generally poor, but strong with a specific synergy when you play them with Khmer. I'm going to take that stand. That's where I'm going to go with it. We're going to go generally poor, strong with a specific synergy with the Khmer. Moving forward with Hawaii, Hawaii was a civ that I think was mega powerful and is now not. They did get nerfed straight into the ground, in my opinion. Gain 25 culture each time a settlement expands to marine terrain, plus 1 happiness on fishing boats. You get the Lei Mano, which is a unique infantry, 3 combat strength against infantry and cav. The Kahuna, you get a missionary that gets gold. And then you get the Loe Kalo 3 food and 2 production. 1 culture for each adjacent farm. So you're very heavily focused on water and you're very heavily focused on culture. But your bonuses, like, compare this to like the Abbasids again, compare it to the Abbasids, compare it to Bulgaria, and you'll see that like 25 culture every time you expand to marine terrain, you're gonna do that like 50 times the whole game, and you would rather have like 3 culture every turn for the 80 turns of the game, right? I don't know. I just don't feel like that's super strong. A lot of their bonuses are tied into their civic tree, but these uniques here are just not good. And remember, in the exploration era, your uniques have to carry you a little bit because your traditions aren't going to be as impactful. They're not going to do as much. When you look here at their tree, I like the way it is set up, but their tree has been nerfed. 2 culture for every time a storm, flood, or volcanic eruption has provided fertility. I think this is good. This adds up to be a lot of culture per turn, but it goes away. It's not a tradition. The Shawnee is better because it's a tradition. This goes away. You get culture when you defeat a unit. I think we like those bonuses. We saw that with Silla, and I liked that bonus then. You get 2 culture for Loe Kalo improvements in settlements with a pavilion. So you're seeing a lot of culture bonus. 1 settlement limit. You get 2 free relics. And then you get 1 happiness on marine terrain and towns following your religion, doubled in cities. So you're very incentivized to be coastal and spreading your own religion. But that's a constant game that you have to play. You're constantly having to set up your religion to get that to go. When we look at their traditions, 50% production towards construction buildings, we like this bonus. Any bonus that gives you production towards a certain type of building can be synergized with other social policy cards. You get 4 food on culture buildings. This used to be 4 culture on food buildings, and that was a lot better. That was better. 4 food on culture buildings is a little limiting. And then you get 1 culture on marine terrain. This is kind of where all their power is locked into. This used to be 2 or 3 culture on marine terrain, and that was phenomenal. 1 culture on marine terrain is weak. This feels like an Antiquity era tradition. You're never going to run this in modern era. You're never going to be running this. This is the equivalent of Egypt's ability. So the whole thing with Hawaii is you spread hugely. You get lots of happiness, and you get lots of culture if you're working water tiles. But you have to be spreading your religion to your own cities to do that, and you get no bonuses for spreading religion to your own cities. You want to be spreading your religion to other cities, and so you're constantly playing this little micro game of spreading my religion, spreading my religion, spreading my religion, getting them to go to my cities, getting them to go to my cities, and the AI is just going to take it away from you and take it away from you and take it away from you. I think Hawaii will feel better when religion gets reworked. I hope. But right now, I don't feel like Hawaii feels good, especially post-nerf. Pre-nerf, they were phenomenal. But post-nerf, I can't believe that I'm going to be saying this. I'm putting them down here generally poor. I don't like to play Hawaii anymore. I don't feel incentivized to play as Hawaii anymore. Moving on to the Inca next. The Inca they were a pretty baseline civ that I wasn't super excited to play. But more recently, with some changes, and as I get better with the game, I kind of like the Inca. They can work mountain tiles, and mountain tiles get +2 food and 1 production. And that can get boosted in your civics later on. But 2 food, 1 production is not a bad rural tile. It doesn't get boosted by warehouse buildings, however. So just be aware of that. They're kind of the last tiles you want to work. So if you already have a huge city, which can be possible in the Antiquity era, you already have a huge city and you don't have too many rural tiles left over, then you'll start working the mountain terrain. If you are working 3 mountains, this is important, you have to work 3 mountains, you'll get a treasure convoy, which is pretty cool. This is one of the only ways to guarantee that you complete treasure fleets, this and the Songhai, so I like this. The Watercock is a ranged unit that gets higher combat strength in rough terrain. There's not much in your kit that really pushes you to be aggressive. So I'm not a fan of the Watercock, but it is like, I mean, it can be defensive. You have the ranged units protecting your homeland, but they're only useful on rough terrain tiles. They're okay. I don't hate them. I shouldn't be mean to them. They're just okay, but they're not a unique unit that makes me go, oh yeah, whoa. Then you get the Chasqui, which is a unique scout that gets advanced sight and can move through mountains, and that's pretty cool. It's really cool if you want to like uncover the whole distant lands. I don't see the use in it though. Most of the time, if you're playing for non-sufficient Orbis, you're kind of just attacking coastal cities. You can attack coastal cities and settle the islands and convert them, and you'll get non-sufficient Orbis easy. It'll be done. And then you also have missionaries that kind of do the same thing and don't require open borders. And you have merchants that can kind of do the same thing and don't require open borders. So they're useful, but they're also like, they already exist, so I don't see like the point in them. Then you get the terrace farm, which is +4 food and 1 gold adjacency for building. So you kind of want to put them in like against a mountain. It has to be placed on existing rough terrain without a river or a feature. So you kind of place them like against mountains a little bit or in between districts. But you would rather have a wonder there. So if you place them against a mountain and you put some districts around them, you'll end up with some gold, but a lot of food. And that'll make up for the fact that you're only getting 2 food off of these 3 mountain tiles that you're working. When we look at their civic tree, there should be quite a few things in the civic tree that make us excited compared to their just general bonuses in order to make them a good civ. And there's a few things in here that I like. You start with the terrace farm early, which is good because early food is much better than later food. Early food gets you what you want faster, so that's really good. But you come down here to the mastery for Mita and you get happiness on mountain tiles, so they become 3 food, 1 production, and 1 happiness, which is an okay tile to work. Then, most importantly, you get Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu might be the best exploration era wonder, one of the best wonders in the whole game, because buildings get 1 culture, 1 gold adjacency for mountains, and this can be boosted by specialists. So you're getting adjacency that can get boosted for every district building in your empire as long as they're adjacent to a mountain. Machu Picchu is super boosted, and most importantly for the Inca, normally Machu Picchu comes way down here at urban planning. It's the latest wonder in exploration era. However, you get it almost immediately, which guarantees that the Inca will have Machu Picchu. It guarantees. Nobody else will get this before you get this. So imagine if you have this and Angkor Wat in the same settlement, you're going to end up being super high on yields due to your specialist. So that's fantastic. You get 2 food on terrace farms with a granary. So that puts them up to 6 food and gold. Terrace farms and farms receive 3 food if adjacent to a mountain, so that becomes 9 food on a terraced farm if they're adjacent to a mountain, plus the gold you get next to buildings. You get rough terrain does not end the movement of any Inca unit, and you get the treasure convoys. They're worth 2 treasure fleet points. You also get poison, which is strength versus wounded units on your Warakak. So their like base civics are really good for the era that they're in. They're not giving you yields like science or culture, but what they're giving you is the ability to produce specialists. And as long as you're getting good specialists, the Inca are really going to pay off in the exploration era. Are they as good with specialists as the Abbasids? I don't think so, but they're still good. Your traditions, I value exploration era traditions a little bit lower than antiquity era traditions. I think antiquity era traditions have to be good because there were 3 eras. But your traditions here, 15% food and settlements with a city center adjacent to a mountain or with reworked mountain tiles. That's really good for, again, specialists. Then you only have 3 traditions, which is, and they're in a weird setup. You get the 25% of the gold from trade income as food, and you get Kipu, which is 0.5 gold for every urban population and 0.5 production for every rural population. So early in the exploration era, this is going to give you a lot of production, and later in the exploration and into the modern era, this is going to give you a lot of gold, which is better in the modern era. Gold is better than production at that point of the game. So I really like their uniques. I think that the fact that they're really focused on food kind of lets them down, because food is not anything that is winning the game for you. But food is something that'll help you get those things that help you win the game. However, we need to pay attention to some specific synergies that the Inca could have. Imagine playing the Khmer and getting the specialist bonus, and then playing into the Inca. That really skyrockets you. If you're playing Pachacuti, who gets production based on growth of his cities, that really skyrockets you. I don't think the Inca are always strong. I don't think the Inca are generally good, but I do think they're better than good with specific synergy. Do I think they're strong? I think they're strong with specific synergy, and actually I've changed my mind on Dai Viet, and I'm going to pop them down and put them with good with specific synergy, because I think the Inca are a little bit better than they are. If you're playing the Inca, you've probably played as the Khmer, you've probably played as the Mississippians, you've probably played as the Han, and you're most likely playing as someone like Confucius, or you're playing as someone like Pachacuti. All those people that get bonuses towards specialists or to growth. You're not going to like randomize and play like Lafayette into the Inca or something, right? You're not going to play Augustus into the Inca, but if you have those synergies, the Inca are going to pay off in spades. The Majapahit are another sort of specialist focused civ, but I think they have a little more general capabilities than the Inca do. All cities except the capital receive +1 specialist limit, which is pretty cool. You want to have a lot of cities as you're playing the Majapahit. But if you have a lot of cities and you don't have a lot of towns, you're going to have less growth within those cities. So you're kind of playing like this weird balance where you need to be like expansionist quite a bit in order to fill in this specialist limit. But after the exploration age, this limit goes away, so you're going back down to the normal. So this is really very focused on just the exploration age. You have the Setbang, which is a really strong naval unit. Recently I played a couple games in Spain where I've tried to go to war against the Majapahit, and this +5 strength against naval units really kind of wrecked my fleets. That's surprisingly strong. In the Pindanda, which is a missionary, you're going to see a lot of these unique missionaries, like the Hawaiian one, this one, there's more. You get 25 culture and gold when you convert a settlement for the first time. I don't think this is particularly fantastic. This is not a lot of culture, not a lot of gold. This needs to get boosted in order to make this exciting. You're gonna be building it anyway, though, because you have to. You have to build missionaries to get the Toshkana bonus, and if you want more than just the first Toshkana tick on the legacy path, you had to go for missionaries, and there's some bonuses for converting your cities and other cities to your religion. So, I mean, it's just like a steady little tiny trickle of gold, but most of the time in the exploration area, you're getting like 500, 600, 700 culture per turn if you're focusing on culture, or 700 gold per turn if you're focusing on gold. So this like little trickle you won't notice it if it goes away, I think. Then we move on to the unique quarter. I really think civs with unique quarters are stronger than civs that don't have them. I think unique quarters really have to be good because a lot of power in the civ goes into the unique quarter. When you finish the Pura, you get 10% gold towards converting a town to a city, which gives you your specialist limit. And you also get one relic when you complete this, so you don't really have to build too many Pindandas as long as you're building out cities. You need, what, 15 relics for the Toshkana legacy path. You'll get like 6 of them out of the civic tree and the tech tree, and then you get 3 or 4 reliably from doing this. So you don't need too many of these Pindandas, which I think makes them a little more useless. The Meru gives you 6 happiness, but it gets happiness adjacencies for mountains. And the Kandi gets you 6 culture, and you get 1 culture adjacency for coastal terrain. So these two kind of conflict. There's not a lot of coastal mountain settlements. So you're either getting the happiness or you're getting the culture. I think the culture matters more. Happiness is fantastic. I think happiness is important, but happiness does have a cap on usefulness. As soon as you've hit that point of just constantly getting celebrations every 10 turns, you don't need more happiness than that. So this adjacency, you don't need it that much, but this culture adjacency is going to get you to future civic, and future civic gives you bonuses moving into the next era. So I kind of like the Pura. A lot of people dislike that they're conflicting adjacencies, and I used it against them last time, but the more I play the Majapahit, the more I'm like, I don't really care. I more care about this, so I'm always putting these coastally. And I think this 10% gold towards converting a town to a city, it remains in the modern era, and that's a good amount of gold savings that you'll get. This is basically Spain's bonus, just piled into a unique quarter, and you get more on top of that. So yeah, I like this. I think they're pretty good. When we look at their unique civics, we should see them to be a little weaker compared to others because their base kit is so good. However, I don't think that they're super weak. I don't like this tree. I hate the fact that Gamelon is locked behind this because it puts Burburador way back here. Burburador gives you 2 food and happiness on quarters, and that's really good because it gives you the ability to put specialists in. It gives you happiness to expand. You also only get 1 settlement limit inside of your tree, which is a little bummer because you need to be settling big as Majapahit to get all their bonuses. But Burburador is way back here on your unique tree, but when you look in the culture tree, it's right here at bureaucracy, and the AI goes for this pretty fast. If you try to get it through your unique tree, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 in the exploration. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 in. It's the same length, and the AI, remember, gets this boosted, and probably gets these boosted as well. So they're beating you to this race, so you're not guaranteed to get your special wonder. Looking at their base civic bonuses, you get the Pandanda grants an extra 25 culture when it converts a settlement, so it's up to 50. And that's still not fantastic. You get 25% production towards overbuilding. This, I find I don't use that much, so I'm not chasing this mastery too often. Nusantara, you get culture building to receive 1 happiness for adjacency to coastal terrain, and that buffs your Kandi Betar because it is a culture building. So this adjacency from your Meru doesn't matter. You're gonna get it anyway. I like this bonus. 5 combat strength and naval units against land units helps you invading the distant lands. That's pretty useful. And then 2 culture on quarters is the best bonus that you get out of your civic tree without considering traditions. 2 culture on quarters, some people might scoff at it, but you're building a lot of cities because you're getting those adjacency, or you're getting those specialist limits. So I think this is just solid. I wish that they got adjacency bonuses, like more adjacency bonuses than, where is it? 1 happiness adjacency, because you're not throwing down specialists for happiness adjacencies. But this is a solid kit. When we look at their traditions, again, exploration era traditions can be a little bit worse than antiquity era traditions, but 33% food towards maintaining specialists helps a lot in the modern era. Then you get 1 culture from specialists not in your capital, again, helps a lot in the modern era. And then you get 1 culture and production on marine trains and cities, which is basically Hawaii's bonus, but it's a tradition. So we like that. We like traditions because that carries on into the next era. All in all, I think the Majapahit bonuses are fairly strong. I just wish that their Baburador bonus was here at Nusantara Mastery instead of Gamelon. I wouldn't change anything. Just move to Nusantara. Give it to us 1 tech earlier than the base game Civic Tree. And that way we can actually use that bonus. Where would I put the Majapahit in my tier list here? I'm going to put the Majapahit at generally good. They're going to be generally good. I'm never super upset when I'm playing a culture game and I have to roll into the Majapahit. There are some culture civs that I would rather play, probably Dai Viet depending on my synergies, but I have come to much prefer to play Majapahit than Hawaii. I really think Hawaii is not as good as they should be. They've dropped a lot in my eyes. Majapahit definitely better than them. Let's talk now about the Ming. The Ming, I actually really like the Ming, but I don't think the Ming are particularly fantastic. 50% science in the capital, which is, if you have the right setup in Antiquity Age, can really power your science. But you get negative 15 science per turn for each social policy slot, but not tradition slotted into your government, which is a little ironic that they gave me Lafayette as my random leader here on the Ming, because happiness bonuses do not help the Ming very much. The more celebrations you have, the more social policy slots that you have to put in, and the more this negative 15 science per turn starts to really hit. So you want to be careful. I would never play Lafayette into the Ming. But whatever, this negative is less impactful than it might seem. It impacts you much more later into the game, but by then you should be having some specialists that offset this quite a bit. There are some clear synergies here. There are some Antiquity era civs, I think like the Han, who have 4 traditions instead of 3 traditions. You definitely want to go for them so that you can get those early traditions slotted in. But this more frequently hurts you less in the science per turn category, but more in the limiting what social policy slots you can put in category. So you have to be careful choosing what social policy slots you run until your science infrastructure is set up. The Shunlei Chong, which is a 4 combat strength infantry unit on a flat tile, has a ranged attack. I like this because it is offensive and defensive at the same time. You have a ranged attack, but you also have infantry unit strength. So I really like these boys. I think they're pretty good. The Mandarin is a unique trader. We see so many of these. That gets you 100 gold when creating a road. I didn't use create a road enough, I have found. With the nerf to trade hubs, you have to be more connected to get trade hubs, or hub cities. You have to have more trade roads connected to do these things. So I'm using Create a Road more often now to make sure that my capital city is connected to a lot of little settlements in order to get the food bonus. This has risen in my eyes because it pays back kind of half of itself the first few times you use it. It gets a little more expensive as you go on, but the first few times this kind of pays for itself, and I like this. But also, we love the Ming Great Wall. Unlike the Han Great Wall, it gives you 5 culture, and it gives you 1 gold adjacency for fortification constructibles, which is itself, or walls, regular walls next to a district. Combine this with the Forbidden Palace, and you get a lot of culture and a lot of gold coming off of your settlement. You also get 6 combat strength when you're defending, so you're really incentivized to play tall with a lot of specialists here as the Ming, instead of going wide. I think their base kit's okay. When we look at their Ming civics, again, I like this setup. I like the way these look because you have options. You start with your Great Wall here, which is okay to get it this early. You're not really putting it down this early, though. You really would rather be focusing on specialists early on. The Ming Great Wall receives 2 gold and settlements with a bank. This comes into play much later, so you're not really incentivized to rush this mastery. I wish that one of these others would have come first, honestly. But it's not bad. 3 combat strength to ranged units adjacent to your infantry unit makes you very deadly when using. Yeah, it's just a good deadly. You're gonna have quite a bit of combat strength. So you have a ranged attacks from your Shunlai Chong, you have ranged attacks from your ranged units, and they're getting buffed up. This can help you take out a neighbor, or more importantly for the Ming, help you defend yourself. Da Ming Lu Mandarins receive 25% or 25 science when they use Create a Road. You get 1 settlement limit here, so you're like the Majapahit where you don't have much settlement limit in your mastery tree. But more importantly, you get the Forbidden City here. The Forbidden City gives you 1 culture and gold on all fortification buildings, improvements, and wonders. And these are fortification buildings, improvements, and wonders. So it's good for, like, buffing up the things that you should be placing already. Everybody loves the Great Wall minigame, and the Forbidden City goes really well with the Great Wall minigame. You're heavily focused on science, but the Ming are a really big culture powerhouse because of the Great Wall Forbidden City combo. And the Forbidden City is fairly late here at Imperialism Mastery, so that's 7-8 techs that you had to go into, but you can get it here in 3. So you're guaranteed to get it as the Ming. You also get 25% gold towards purchasing buildings and towns, and 2 resource capacity in the capital. I think this has gotten buffed recently with the new patch, not because the numbers have changed, but because purchasing buildings in urban centers in towns is much more important. With the cost increase to buildings and stuff in your cities, you're going to want more urban centers so that you can get libraries and monuments out there. So that helps a lot towards affording those. And then the 2 resource capacity in the capital. I really enjoy resource capacity. The Ming have no other way to get resource capacity, so this helps. You kind of want a big capital city, and that'll help you get it. When you get your traditions, when we're looking at our traditions, we get 2 science and settlements with a garrisoned unit. You will always have this, so you should have at least 24 science coming from this if you have 12 settlements. Then you get 2 science on gold buildings and 2 gold on science buildings. Since you're already playing into this gold bank science building thing, you're going to end up with a lot of science and a lot of gold. So they have culture, they have science, and they have gold. They kind of have all of this. And I think Grand Secretariat is really good into the modern age because, like, no matter who you're playing, you're going to be building gold buildings and science buildings. Whereas Divine Engine Division is also good into the modern age. It's just that 2 science is not enough at that point. And then finally, Baoja, +1 science on each resource assigned to a city. This becomes +2 in cities other than your capital. Now, I think that this is the hidden strength of the Ming, because if you have played, like, let's say someone like Silla, where you're getting all of that resource capacity and all of those trade route bonuses, or you're playing Carthage. Let's imagine that you've played Carthage and you have so many Punic ports all over your empire. Then you go to the modern era, you're converting almost everything in the modern era to a city anyway if you have enough gold. And this will help you just boost your science quite a bit. Carthage into Ming into later Qing can get a crazy amount of science based off of this Baoja tradition here. It's surprisingly effective. Now, the Ming, I think, are meant to be played pretty tall, and they don't give you any, how do I explain? They're not winning the exploration for you flat out by themselves, but if you've set them up, they can be really good. So they're another civ that I think is good with specific synergy. I don't think they're as strong as Bulgaria. I don't think that they're as strong as the Inca. I think they're really good though if you have like a really good setup into them. If you're planning to have strong specialists, but like lots of places that you can convert to cities, if you've set up an early game where you have lots of traditions, I think they can be really powerful, especially like Maya into Ming, playing into that science and production bonus. But really, I think honestly, Carthage or Silla into Ming into Qing is a really good strategy to play through if you want to focus on like a wide with towns, small with cities sort of empire. It can be really good. Next, we're going to talk about everybody's favorite soundtrack in the game, Mongolia. Mongolia is a bit of a cop-out, and I'm going to talk about why. I should have spoken about this a bit earlier, but when I'm ranking the exploration era civs, I'm also kind of thinking like, do they salvage a game? Do they save a game? Do they win the game? So with Antiquity era civs, like, you either have a good start and you use that good start to carry over into exploration era, and you can have a bit of a down exploration if you had a good start, or you have a terrible start and you need that exploration era to save the game. Some civs can snowball a winning position very hard. Some civs can save a losing position, and some civs do neither. Someone like the Inca can snowball, or the Ming can snowball a winning position very hard. Someone like Majapahit kind of maintain your position, and they're not really snowballing super hard, but they're not going to save a bad position. Whereas you have Mongolia, and Mongolia is the wild card here, because if you're already winning and you've destroyed people as Assyria, Mongolia is going to continue that win. And if you're behind and you're playing the Khmer and you didn't get a very good start, Mongolia is going to get you that start that you need for modern era. So Mongolia is a bit of a cop-out here, because they do a lot of things, because they only do one thing. They only war. When you capture a settlement, you get the strongest cavalry unit you can train. But you shouldn't be building settlers. The game points you directly where you need to go. You gain 1 point towards the non-sufficient Orbis Legacy path by conquering homeland settlements. You used to get 2 points in distant lands, 4 if it was conquered and converted to your religion, but now it's only 1, 2 if it's converted to your religion. However, if you conquer homeland settlements, you get 1 point, 2 points. No, religion doesn't count in homelands. I don't want to make a mistake. So you're incentivized to just conquer your continent. And the Keshig is going to help you do it. You get free Keshigs by taking cities, and they have movement, and they heal after defeating a unit, which is just super good. And they're a ranged cav. Parang into Keshig can be really good. Ranged cav is very powerful. The Noyan gives 50% flanking to cavalry units, which makes you kill things even faster, which keeps you healthier even faster. And the Order 2 gives you 5 gold, but any unit that touches it restores all of its movement. If you have this set up in the proper way, You can build multiple of these in a city, and they just have to be on flat terrain. So if you have it set up properly, you can literally move from one end of your continent to the other end of your continent in one turn, and it behooves you to do that. You want to be pushing troops to the front constantly in a constant spam of units. If you have cities, you're doing it wrong. You should have 1 to 2 cities and lots of conquered settlements that are you're just pumping units to the front. You're not building any buildings, you're not doing anything but building keshiks and sending them out to the front line. And the order do helps you get there. And when you see a bonus that strong, you would imagine that the civic bonuses would not be strong, but look here, 1, 2, 3, 4 settlement limit, the most settlement limit in their tree. They get no happiness bonuses, so this settlement limit's very important for you. Then you also get captured towns do not cost double to convert into cities, allowing you to construct a few more keshik to send to the front line. If you captured an enemy capital, convert that bad boy to a city and get them pumping out keshiks. You get receive 1 free commander in your capital. You don't have to stop building your keshiks to build your commanders. You get 1 movement to cavalry units, which can be refreshed using your order to. You get 4 gold in settlements that you did not found on your order to, which you should be building, which allows you to buy more keshiks and buy more noyans. That's fantastic. And you also get the Erdenezu, which gives you culture for cavalry units. And it's pretty early because the Erdenezu is way back here. Or did it get moved? Ah, never mind. It got moved up. I forgot. You're not going to get it any earlier, but the AI doesn't build this. So you can probably get it done. If you go 1, 2, 3, 4, it's the same 1, 2, 3, 4. And you'll have a leg up. Looking at your traditions, you get Gerege, which is 4 happiness and settlements not founded by you for each resource assigned to them, which helps offset the conquering penalty. You get 3 combat strength for cavalry units, and you get 25% production in cities not founded by you. So Gerege is really focused on exploration era. It's no good, really, for the modern era unless you're continuing your conquering streak. And at that point, your happiness doesn't matter anymore in the modern era. Bogator is good if you're continuing your conquering streak. But Darlig here is good no matter what, especially in the modern era. So not only can the Mongolians snowball an Assyrian conquering winning position, they can also save a losing position because they're so powerful. And when you move forward into the modern era, this gives you bonuses to every victory type, and these give you bonuses to continue your conquering spree. So I really stand for the Mongolians in this game. I think that Mongolia is crazy powerful, and I am putting them at always strong. I don't always like to play conquering games, but if I do, I'm always choosing Mongolia to help me conquer because they're just the best at doing it. There's some competition in the exploration era for cavalry civs. We have 3 of them here, right? We have Mongolia, Bulgaria, and Normans. And there can be argued that Bulgaria can be good, but for sheer straight out power, I think Mongolia has them beat hands down. Moving on, we talk about the Normans. The Normans are kind of Mongolia and Bulgaria at home. Excuse me, my voice is, I'm losing it. Yeah, they're the Mongolia we have at home. They're okay. Land units receive +1 movement when embarked, and land units adjacent to coast receive 5 combat strength. And this is like actually a significant combat strength buff. 5 combat strength is nothing to laugh at. I think the Normans make really strong distant lands attackers. Because of this combat strength and the movement, the Chevalier, you get 3 combat strength against slower units. Most units, if you're not fighting cavalry, will be stronger than you. So if you're stacking this with the coast, you'll have +8 combat strength, which is enough to like one-shot ranged units very easily. The Sokman is a unique settler that gives you, or Sokaman, I don't know how to pronounce this, that gives you medieval walls in your city centers. It makes your, like, if you're settling these little islands in between, you're a little more defensive. And then you get the Donjon, which is your unique quarter. And again, unique quarter civs are usually better than most civs. You get 10% production towards training cav units, and you get a free Chevalier when you complete, which is the strongest portion of this whole thing. Other than that, you just get 6 culture and culture for medieval walls, and 6 happiness, 4 happiness if in rough terrain. So this helps you finish up your civics, get social policies and traditions, and build defensive settlements, because people are going to be attacking you. So they're pretty good at, like, they're not as good at claiming land as widely as the Mongolia is, and they're not as good at building up cities through war like Bulgaria is, but they're really good at taking out a specific neighbor and then culturally and happily building off of that. So they're not bad. You might think that because of the existence of the Mongolians and the Bulgarians, this third cavalry civ might be bad, but it's not. It's actually decent. Looking at their civic bonuses, we get combat strength to Chevalier for every tradition slotted in the government. So this is a really good follow-up to like Rome or a combination with Lafayette. Don't discount the power of Lafayette with the Normans. You also get a free social policy slot. These are kind of rare. You get 2 settlement limits, so you're already better than most of the civs in the game. And you get 2 gold on farms, doubled during a celebration. That's really all of the civic bonuses you get. But look at the amount of traditions you get. You get 5 traditions, which is a very rare and unique thing. And it rolls together well with themselves because you get combat strength for tradition. So your Chevalier can easily get up to plus 11, plus 12, plus 15 if fighting a slower unit on the coast, combat strength. So they're not good particularly at expanding deep inland or in the homeland cities, but they'll take out those distant land coastal settlements immediately. Your traditions, 50% towards producing fortification buildings, which is your Mott and your Bailey. They both count. You get 4 culture from the palace and 2 happiness on city halls, which falls off. It falls off very fast, but it helps you with conquering. Then you get -2 gold maintenance for cavalry. We like that. And 2 culture for every tradition slotted in the government. We like that. These are like all of these, except for the palisading, like all of these 3 right here, they're really good in the exploration era, but not so good in the modern era. And then bio tapestry, 4 culture and settlements not founded by you. Again, good in the exploration era, because when you move to the modern era, all your settlements count as your settlements. So their focus is really on getting to future civic in the exploration era, conquering civs next to you, filling out traditions, or next to you on the coast or in distant lands, filling out traditions and hitting future civic and boosting future civic. You also get access to the White Tower here, 4 civics in. The White Tower gives you 4 happiness in this settlement for every tradition slotted in, so you're going to be pumping master or social policies and celebrations. And the White Tower is pretty deep here in the tree. You're at least 7 in, so you have and the AI goes for this, bro. They go for this pretty fast, so you have access to it faster than anybody else. They work really well with Lafayette because Lafayette gets culture in distant land settlements, culture in homeland settlements. They get happiness in homeland settlements. He gets combat strength on traditions. So they can be really very good with just that specific synergy. However, I do feel that Mongolia and Bulgaria are better in pretty much every other scenario. So I think that they're like right here, strong with that specific synergy, but with everybody else, they're generally good. Whereas like Bulgaria is strong in specific synergy and then like generally not so good, right? Or like Inca is very strong with specific synergy and then just like not so good without it. So I'm going to put the Normans here at generally good. If you're playing with Lafayette, they boost immediately way up here. If you're not playing with Lafayette and you're playing with other people, if you've moved into Rome or somebody, you're never sad taking the Normans. But why would you take the Normans when you could always take Mongolia? The Normans are who you take if you didn't build 3 siege units. And that kind of gives them, it feels bad for them, right? It feels bad for them. But they have their place. And you can see that the cavalry civs, cav civ, cav civ, cav. The cavalry civs are really punching above their weight. I mean, this is an elephant cav. And where else? Elephant cav and elephant cav. They're a little slower, but like horse cav, horse cav, horse cav, horse cav. These cav civs punch a little bit higher than they should be punching, I think. Up next, we land on the Shawnee, a civ that I think was like the best exploration era civ. But with the change to city-states, they got nerfed a little tiny bit. City-states got nerfed quite a bit, but I still think they're really good. Their base kit here, you don't care about it at all. Like I can't I can't explain how much you don't care about this. Settlements built adjacent to navigable rivers get 2 food on rivers. Meh. And cities not built on rivers receive negative 10% food. You'll never really ever consider this, because this is not what you're playing towards as the Shawnee. Their real strength is hidden, I think, in their civic tree. The Kispoko Nenato is 1 combat strength for every unique empire resource. Again, we don't really care too much. We're not going to be very aggressive unless we're playing Tecumseh on the Shawnee. The Hokiepkileni is a unique missionary. We see a lot of these. Movement on rivers, nah, we don't care about this. And the Miskawe Skote, this used to be bugged. I think it might still be bugged, so I'm not going to count this as the bugged version. Plus 4 food and plus 1 gold for each adjacent resource. This is essentially carrying forward the Mississippian bonus on buildings, but instead of buildings, you're getting it on this unique improvement. 4 food, 1 gold. Is okay. It combats the negative 10% food that you're getting. What makes the Shawnee good is this civic tree. And again, I'm not the biggest fan of the shape, but it's better than Mongolia's 4 in a straight line. I like that you have options here. You get access to the Serpent Mound here at the beginning of your thing, but Serpent Mound is also right at the beginning of the tech tree at astronomy. And astronomy is usually the first tech that you're going for to get your observatories to finish off your techs. So it's highly contested, but you're going to be going for Wiehi Simekofi first for various reasons. So you're not behind, and you'll probably have a little more culture than you'll have science in most games moving into the exploration age. So, and you also get the bonus towards building it. So it's not a bad placement for it. You also get 1 settlement limit, just like a lot of other civs, but that's okay because you're not going to be super aggressive as the Shawnee. And you also get 1 culture per allied city-state on your Mawaskawe Skote, but I think that's what's bugged. It like doubles the culture every time you build it. So I'm not going to consider the bug. 1 culture per allied city-state can add up because, as you can find out later, you're all about allying city-states as this civ. Here you get 2 gold for each trade route while you have at least 3 endeavors active. That can pile up to a lot of gold. If you're playing the game properly, you should be building a lot of trade routes. And you should have, if you played someone like Silla or Greece into the Shawnee, you can have quite a few endeavors going because people will like you. And if you're trading, people will like you even more. 1 resource cap in your capital per allied city-state. You'll get so many resources in your capital based off of this. It's kind of the highest resource cap in the game, I think, bonus. And if you pair it with like the Grand Bazaar or the Tomb of Askia, you can get a whole bunch of stuff in your capital, making your capital really powerful. Support other players' wars 3 times instead of 1. That never comes into play, and it's only for multiplayer, I think. And it's okay to have some bonuses for multiplayer because I think their other bonuses even out. 2 influence per turn, very powerful. Influence is the most gate-kept resource in the game, and your infantry unit receives 1 combat strength per positive war support. That adds up a lot, especially since you're getting a lot more influence. And then finally, you have 2 food on farms and camps, which is very late for a food bonus. You want food bonuses to come earlier, and this feels halfway through the exploration area you're going to get this. So it feels a little worse. But their civics are pretty decent. The resource capacity, the influence, the gold, the culture, they give you everything you kind of want in the exploration era. Let's look at their traditions now. Bread dance, 4 culture to all farming towns is a ton of culture, and 4 food to fishing towns is a ton of food. Food gives you more specialists, and we like that. You also get, every time, this is my favorite, every time a storm, flood, or volcanic eruption has provided fertility, receive 1 culture and 2 gold on improvements, buildings, and urban districts do not get damaged by storms. This is not just in your settlements, it's across the whole map. Whenever a storm, flood, or volcanic eruption has provided fertility, receive 1 culture and 2 gold, as far as I understand it. And this powers up to a lot, and it continues into the modern, unlike Hawaii's bonus, which is only in the exploration age. Kakawefe Pakotaweta is pretty good, and I usually keep this slotted in, and I can see it adding up to hundreds of gold sometimes, especially if you're playing on like a high natural disaster occurrence. The only issue is that, like, you know what? No issues. I like this. It's good. Then you get this, I cannot begin to pronounce, which gives 50% influence towards initiating and progressing the befriend independent project, which gets you your city-state allies. City-states used to be the best thing in the whole game, and this made Shawnee the best thing in the game. But with the free text being removed from city-states and the free civics being removed from city-states, and city-state bonuses becoming per city-state type instead of overall city-state, and the Diplo tree being nerfed into the ground, I think this drops the Shawnee from like crazy strong to just strong with synergy. And then cities receive 2 production on tundra, desert, and plain tiles. Production, like as you can see, this is the beginning of the game. I have 1 city, since we were doing an advanced start to look at these things, and I'm already getting plus 12 production off of this. And production is harder to come by now because of the nerf to the cost of buildings. So yeah, I think this also moves pretty well into the modern era. So those are a pretty good kit overall. It doesn't make me salivate like the Abbasids do, and I do think that the nerf, oh man, I did it again. Please don't hate my video. The nerf that the Shawnee received when the city-states were nerfed kind of messed with their always strong. I would have put them up here, but now I think you kind of had to play Greece and Tecumseh to get their bonuses. I don't think they're generally just as strong as they were anymore, that they're mostly just strong with a specific leader and civ combo. But if you're playing that leader and civ combo, then they're amazing. They're really amazing. Songhai are second to last in our exploration age tiering here, and I think a lot of their bonuses are tied right here into their kit. 2 resource capacity and cities on navigable rivers. Resource capacity is good. It's better than you think it is, because slotting resources can be really good. And your trade ships cannot be plundered on navigable rivers. This really doesn't come into play. But the resource capacity is solid. It's not like, oh my god, amazing, but it's solid. You also get 3 gold for every active trade route. That is powerful. I wish it was 3 gold per age, but it doesn't make sense on like just a base kit to do per age. If this was tied to a leader, it would be so powerful. Which was what makes Xerxes so powerful. Xerxes Achaemenid so powerful. 3 gold for every active trade route. You're going to be trading a lot, and this can be a lot of gold, and gold is now more valuable due to the production nerfs. And most importantly and interesting, they were the first and original civ to be able to generate homeland treasure convoys on navigable rivers. And any civ that can do a new way to complete a legacy path is a civ I like. You also get 30% production towards the Tomb of Askia, which is sick because the Tomb of Askia is kind of like contested, and it's pretty good because the Tomb of Askia gives you resource capacity and it gives you gold and production for every resource. So this is a straight up production bonus, this Gold of Askia or Tomb of Askia bonus. Gold Bengals infantry, they get 5 combat strength when fighting on resource tiles, which is a rare bonus to make use of. But 100% gold from pillaging trade routes is also a rare bonus to make use of. I don't rate the Gold Bengal infantry very highly, and I find I just use them like I regularly use infantry as frontline blockers. The unique merchant, the Tajiro, is cheap, super cheap, and whenever you create a trade route, you receive 100 gold if this trade route with at least one. If this is a trade route with at least one navigable river, the Tajiro is the only bonus you're really going to be making use of is the cheapness of the Tajiro to buy a ton of them. You really want to be trading a lot all the time. The Caravanserai, 5 gold, 1 gold adjacency for navigable rivers. Meh. I kind of just use it for the 5 gold. If I have a lot of deserts or I have a lot of plains and I'm playing like Amina or somebody, I'm just putting these down everywhere just for the gold so that I can purchase more things. But I'm not super impressed by the Caravanserai. A lot of the Songhai bonus comes here from the Turek Al Sudan, the 2 resource capacity, the 3 gold for trade routes, the homeland treasure convoys is going to be generating you a ton of gold. When we look at their civics tree, I love this setup. I prefer choices at the beginning instead of choices at the end because I want to like develop my game the way I want to develop. I want to start the way that I want to start, and having choices here at the beginning allows for that. But I don't think their civics are particularly amazing. What we do get is Caravanserais receive 2 gold in settlements with their bazaar, making them up to 7 gold without a navigable river. Combat units receive 5 strength on navigable rivers, and rivers do not end movement. You're highly specialized into navigable rivers, and the more I play Civ 7, the more I realize that I hate navigable rivers, which is another reason why like Egypt got placed so lowly. You only get +1 settlement limit, and Tajiros get 200 gold on navigable rivers. It doesn't make much of a difference. The +1 settlement limit is also not that great. Civs that get only +1 do much worse than civs that can get more settlement limit, because more settlement limit means more happiness, more celebrations, more resource yields, things like that. So having only 1 is kind of a bummer, but I don't think settlement limit plays into the game that much anymore. As long as I have enough happiness, you can kind of ignore it, but the Songhai also don't get any happiness bonuses in their kit. So you can't ignore it that much as them, unless you started as like the Maurya or somebody that gets happiness bonuses. Looking at their traditions, you end up with 2 gold on mines if there's at least 1 gold building in the city. Timbuktu can add up to quite a bit of gold, but not as much gold as you think it is. Especially in the exploration age, you kind of start replacing your rural tiles in cities with urban tiles, and this is only worthwhile in cities, so you're kind of incentivized not to use Timbuktu too much. 50% production towards gold buildings is okay, but you have so much gold that you're going to be purchasing most things, so it doesn't pay off that much. And then 2 movement to all units on navigable rivers is garbage. Nobody cares about that bonus. All in all, I think that the Songhai really don't have that many bonuses going for them. And honestly, I'm never excited to play the Songhai now that I have the Inca who can give me those treasure fleets, right? So I'm going to put the Songhai down here in generally poor. We're going to put them here in generally poor with Hawaii. I don't think that they're particularly great, and if I'm going for the economic victory, I would kind of much rather go for the Inca or really anybody else. Majapahit maybe. I'm not the biggest fan of the Songhai. That being said though, I should reconsider a little bit, because if you did play as Egypt, then they do get a lot of yields on river tiles. So I guess with that in mind, with the idea that Egypt can boost them, I'm going to put them here as good with specific synergy. But do you really want to start a game as Egypt and then go into somebody who's really not that good, and then most likely go into somebody who's also really not that good down here in modern age? So I don't know. I don't think they're the worst, but I also am not really excited to be playing as them. Moving right on to Spain, the final exploration era civ, and I gotta say I'm a little disappointed in Spain. I recently played a Lafayette Spain game where I had 22 settlements in the distant lands, and even then I was not particularly impressed by Spain. Silo de Oro gives you 15% gold for converting towns to a city and 30% in distant lands, but you really are not incentivized to convert distant lands, towns into cities, so this doesn't come into play ever at all for any reason. The 15% gold towards converting a town to city can be okay at the very beginning of the era, but you're not using it as much as you think. Tercios, 3 combat strength for adjacent units against cav units. This is actually decent. The fact that it's only applied once limits it to prevent... If this was higher, then you could invade the Normans more easily, but I can see that they're balancing this. I like the Tercio. I'm not a hater on the Tercio. It's just an infantry unit that's better at attacking cavs. Conquistadors, though, are pretty good. A lot of conquistadors give you like free armies. You get like 3 infantry and an empty commander, or you get like 3 ranged units and an infantry and an empty commander, or you get like extra combat strength in distant lands, and or one gives you a free settlement in the distant lands, and there's one that gives you free suzerainty over a distant lands city-state or independent power. So the Conquistador is really good, but I feel like a lot of Spain's power went into the power of the Conquistador, and they're lacking in a lot of other places, especially in their unique quarter. If you finish your unique quarter, you get 2 gold in this settlement for every settlement in distant lands. And like I said, I had 22 settlements in distant lands in the last game I played as Lafayette, and I had 6 cities in my homeland continent. So that should have been given me 12 times 22, which seems like it is a whole bunch, but 200 gold really isn't that much gold in the exploration era. And I was really kind of disappointed by how rarely it worked out for me, I guess. Especially now that building these have become way more expensive, it's harder to get a full use out of this. 6 culture for being built next to the coast and only in homelands, and 6 gold for being built next to the coast and only in homelands is okay as a unique quarter. However, this really falls off moving into the modern age. It should be 2 gold per age. Honestly, it should be 2 gold per age, or I don't know. It just needs to be buffed into modern. You really have to distort how you play to make use of this, and I like that. I really like that idea, but this 2 gold is just not enough, bruh. It's just not enough. It's not it. When we look at their Spanish civics, again, it's this Y-shaped tree, which is okay, but I wish it was like a backwards Y-shaped tree so that we would have choices at the beginning. You have to get your mastery early to get your plaza, and you want your plaza pretty early. You get treasure convoys gain 1 movement. This is actually fairly useful because it allows you to get your treasure ships home faster than you would normally be able to get them home, meaning you're more likely to get your treasure fleets completed. I've had multiple games where I finished treasure fleets on the last turn of the era. You get fleet commanders get flotilla, which gives them it's extra movement and 1 extra ship packed in there. Then you get all military land unit settlers, missionaries, conquistadors receive 2 movement when embarked. This is pretty good. It gets you to the distant lands. 10% food and production in distant land settlements, but only 1 settlement limit, and earlier access to El Escorial, which gives you a settlement limit and happiness for cities. So it kind of like negates settlement limit when you get happiness. As you can see, their whole kit is focused on hitting the distant lands, but there's not too much reward for getting there, unfortunately. When you look at their traditions, 4 combat strength for all units in distant lands, 50% production towards naval units and gold maintenance on naval units, and 2 gold on each resource. Cerro Rico is probably the best one, the 2 gold on all resources. That's kind of like Antiquity era Aksum's bonus, right? So this is okay, but everything else is, like I said, focused on that distant lands playstyle. And the distant lands playstyle, although it is interesting, it doesn't pay off in a big enough way to make you snowball into the modern era. When you go to the modern era, you're not getting too much out of this. It's not helping you win the game faster. It's not helping you win the game at all. It gets you to non-sufficient orbis. Yeah, that's cool. But like, what victory condition is this really pushing you towards? It's interesting. I think that the way they've designed Spain is interesting and very flavorful, very thematic. And I really appreciate Civ design like that. But unfortunately, I think that the gameplay aspect of Spain falls flat, and I'm putting them, much like Hawaii, who is also very flavorful and thematic, in the generally poor category. Why would I ever play Spain to attack the distant lands when I could play the Normans to attack the distant lands and get culture and still get gold also? So I don't know. I like them, but I don't think that they're particularly great. Moving on now to the modern era civs. You're going to see that my grading is based on a few different things here in the modern era. I think traditions matter a lot less in the modern era, and bonuses that come late in the modern era are a lot worse than bonuses that come early in the modern era. We also need to focus on things that get you specifically to those legacy paths, because the legacy paths are what win you the game in this era. So anything that's geared specifically towards getting you those legacy paths faster is a stronger bonus than just a generic bonus. And you're going to see a lot of things about the modern era here in my ranking. We're going to start here with America. 100 gold every time you improve a resource. Think about how little this happens in the modern era. By the time you get to the modern era, most of your resources have already been improved. Most of your cities have already been settled. And 100 gold in the modern era, you're usually making thousands of gold per turn if you focused on gold. So 100 gold is really not it, guys. This is super weak. The Marine is amphibious, which means it can attack from land, water to land easier, and it's cheaper. I really don't think this is very good. Infantry is not. This is not really your aggressive unit in this era of the game. You're really focusing on your cavalry, your airplanes, things like that. You also get the Prospector, which is, you used to be unique until the what is it? The Gurkha? Not the Gurkha. The Sherpa, the Nepali Sherpa came out. You can claim a land resource outside of your regular settlement radius, and it'll like zip some of your culture straight back to your settlement. So you can get more resources than other civs. Like, so if you look at DC 1, 2, 3, I have a city here, but if I throw a prospector on this tile, it'll connect this tile to Washington. Now I can't like work those tiles, but I'll get that resource, which helps me. Like if it was a factory resource like this quinine over here, I don't have to settle a city over here to get this. I can just grab it with a prospector, which has its niche case uses. But most of the time, settling a settlement would probably just be better than grabbing it with the prospector. It depends on like the border situations. You also get the industrial park, increases the number of resources assigned to the settlement by 2. This is good because settlement resource like cap directly affects your railroad tycoon victory condition. So if you played like, synergies are super important here in the modern age, right? So if you played like Carthage into Songhai into America, you should have like an extra 246 or something settlement cap resources that you can distribute around, which gets you into railroad tycoon a lot faster. Settlement resource cap really starts to like restrict you towards that railroad tycoon bonus. You also get 9 production. Production is a good building. We like production. And you get 9 production, adjacency for resources, which is a pretty good building. You get quarter adjacency, which is the easiest adjacency in the game. So you're getting a ton of production. But let's be honest, what are you putting that production towards? America is designed kind of to go for railroad tycoon. And for railroad tycoon, you don't need to produce a lot of things. You really just need to go down here to factories. You need to produce railroads and factories, and that's all. Railroad Tycoon is the easiest victory condition in modern era. Consider like science, you have to go all the way over here, right? For culture, you have to go all the way down to hegemony most of the time to get culture. But for Railroad Tycoon, literally all you have to do is hit mass production. 5 researches into the game and you'll win the game. So what are you building? Are you building science buildings? Why? I mean, you don't really need to. If you had enough science from previous eras, you don't really need to build your laboratories to get down here to mass production. Yes, it's expensive. It's 4,200. So altogether, you're looking at like 8,000 there, 12,000-ish, another 14,000, and then 16,000 total science, which, you know, if you're only at 159 science, which is not what it's going to be, you're going to be at 500-600 science per turn most of the time moving into this era. You might need to build possibly to build your observatories and stuff, but also if you played into America's bonuses and you think about the synergy, you're going to have money to build those buildings and you won't need this unique production. You're really only building the industrial park for the +2 settlement resource cap. When we look at their unique civic line, we're also seeing, I hate that this switches over here. It goes Antiquity uniques, and then Exploration uniques, and then Modern uniques. I hate that it switches over. When you look at their uniques, I like this backwards Y setup because you have choice, but I don't think their uniques are very great. You get extra towards purchasing prospectors, but you should have enough gold that doesn't matter. Then you get down here, you get a settlement limit and 2 production on resources, but what are you spending that production on? You should be buying things as America. Here you get 3 combat strength for having more than 1 adjacent enemy unit, which is okay if you're going for like the military legacy, but America is not geared towards that. And then you get 25% production towards training military units when fighting a war, which also, like, you should just be going for the economic victory. I think America is designed to go economic military, but go for that economic victory every time. Why would you go for the military victory? When we look at your uniques, your traditions, which matter so much less in this era than they do in other eras, they should, like, Antiquity era uniques should be boosted beyond belief to last the whole game. Exploration era uniques traditions need to be boosted to last 2 eras. Modern era traditions should just be focused on what happens in your era, so they're going to be weaker. 5 golden settlements for every resource assigned to them is good. That's a lot of gold, and you have the settlement resource cap to be able to use that, so it's a lot of gold. Gold rush is nice. 2 influence and settlements for every resource assigned to them is good. This is going to help you with war support, and you do get production towards military units when fighting in a war with higher war support. Influence is a gate-kept resource, so that's pretty solid. And then you get 25 gold and 5 influence for every trade route, which you should be getting quite a lot of. So this is like super designed to get you city-states. It's super designed to get you buying buildings, but you're also like getting production. So I'm not sure like the clarity of their design. I don't think that America is particularly bad, but their bonuses, like all of your civics and your synergy lends one way, and then your traditions and other things lend a different way, and they're kind of like super focused towards Railroad Tycoon with a little splash towards ideology, the military legacy path. That being said, I don't think they're down here. I don't think they're bad, but I also don't think that they're particularly amazing. Generally, I would say America is somewhere where you're going if you have a gold game. You know what? With that being said, you kind of do have to have that gold game. Like Silla into maybe Chola into America is a decent game. I don't think that they're particularly amazing. I think they're good with specific synergy. Let's jump forward into the next. Buganda. Buganda is all about lakes and pillaging. You gain culture when pillaging buildings or improvements equal to the yield or healing gained. So if you went like Bulgaria into them, you can get quite a few things from pillaging. You get healing 10 HP from pillaging. You get a commander that gets you extra yield from pillaging, and then you get this unique building, which is 3 happiness, and you get lake yield bonuses. What does that mean? Your unique civics give you yields on lakes. So you really have to have like a strong pillage sort of game. If you look at your unique tree, I hate this setup because it locks you every step of the way. Your civic bonuses are 2 culture and food on lakes and navigable rivers. You also get 1 movement for embarked units. You get 50% yields and healing from pillaging buildings. You get pillaging grants experience to friendly commanders. And then you get 1 culture and happiness on quarters adjacent to lakes and navigable rivers. So you're like an aggressive pillagey culture civ. And that's okay. I don't think they're particularly fantastic, and you have to have played Bulgaria. But also it really wants you to play like Egypt, and it wants you to play the Songhai. Like you want all of those bonuses. You want the navigable river bonuses. You want the pillaging bonuses. So it kind of pulls them in a lot of different directions. When you look at their masteries, or their traditions, I mean, you get 3 happiness and settlements for each other friendly settlement within 6 tiles. You get 6 combat strength when adjacent to a coastal lake. And then you get all buildings gain adjacency from coastal lakes. And honestly, think about how often you have lakes in your game. It's not all that often that you're going to get that many lakes, and when you do see lakes, then definitely you're going to go for Buganda. But really, like, even in this advanced start that we've got here, I don't have any lakes nearby that I can see, right? So then all I'm getting is pillaging bonuses, and I'm pushed to go towards the geographic society here, but I get no bonuses to finding artifacts. All my bonuses are military, so it's kind of like, who is Buganda supposed to be? Are they supposed to be this culture civ, or are they supposed to be this pillagey civ? They're culture military civ, and I don't think those two things work together the best in this game. I would say that they're good with specific synergy, because like you have to have Bulgaria for that pillaging, you have to have Egypt for those navigable river tiles, but you also want Songhai for navigable river tile bonuses. So like, where do you go? You start with this poor Egypt, and then you end up going into Bulgaria, which are pretty good. But if you go Bulgaria, you don't want to end up in Buganda. You always want to go Egypt, Songhai, Buganda, but look at how bad that setup is. I don't think Egypt, Buganda, Songhai is particularly great. In fact, I'm going to boost America above Buganda. I don't want to put Buganda down here in just like poor territory, but America's definitely better than them. I just don't think that this starting in Egypt pathway really, moving into Songhai, moving into Buganda, really helps you out all that much. It is a very niche playstyle that's not even like top tier. France is a civ that I find like weirdly designed but kind of compelling. You get any celebration effects of any standard government in the modern age. So you can get the gold, you can get the overbuilding, you can get the influence, like the increased relationships for endeavors, decreased relationship for sanctions, you can get the science, you can get the culture. So they're highly flexible like that. And then their bonuses are culture and happiness. So you get 2 happiness in quarters, 9 culture, 1 happiness, 9 happiness, 1 culture. They feed into each other. Happiness leads into celebration, which leads into flexibility. So they seem very flexible, but a lot of their bonuses are tied up here into military. So you get 2 combat strength for adjacent friendly army commanders. You get the Jacobin, which is a pretty decent unique unit. Some Jacobins give you happiness, some give you a celebration. One gives you a tradition that gives you 25% yields, extra yields, but negative 25% happiness, I think, in your cities, which is offset by this. You get armies, you get bonuses to armies. So they're like culture focused, happiness focused, and military focused, which is a pretty it's way better than Buganda. Like, because they're everything that Buganda is, but they're not tied to lakes. They can do whatever you want on any map. And I think really the greatest synergy with them is, of course, Baroque Freddy here, because Baroque Freddy gets great works, which gives you extra culture, and you get it by conquering. So like they're really focused on like culturing up and attacking. When you look at their tree here, you get 2 culture on happiness buildings. You also get a settlement limit here. You get 2 happiness on military buildings. You get commanders gain a promotion immediately, which is better if you have more commanders. You also get 2 combat strength for each adjacent friendly military unit, which can be quite powerful. And you get 2 culture for every social policy slotted into the government. Why does culture matter for military games? Because of political theory and fascism. The faster you get through your ideology, the more you're going to get towards your ideology legacy path. You can also get as your traditions, constructing a building gives you culture. When you defeat an enemy unit, you get culture. And infantry units get swift, which allows them to ignore zone of control. So you're all about building units, getting culture, pushing down your ideology tree, and conquering or getting great works. So like, I think France is someone who they look like a culture civ at the start, but they get no bonuses towards geographic society. They get bonuses towards culture. And if you combine their military bonuses, their culture bonuses with Freddy here, or with Napoleon, then you get a really good civilization. However, I don't think that they're always strong. You really have to have that specific synergy to make them good. So I'm putting them in strong with specific synergy. They're better than Buganda is by a long margin. You don't start here with France. You're starting here with France, or you're starting here or here or here with France. And you're getting like these strong starts, and you're probably in the Middle Ages moving into Normans or Mongolia, and you're moving into these stronger civs, and you're not stuck playing like the Songhai or somebody. So I think France gets boosted based off of their synergy quite a bit. They're not all around flexible like America is, but you can win a lot faster through your legacy paths as France than you can with America, if we don't count that the railroad tycoon happened so quickly. From Imperial France to their greatest rival, Great Britain, we end up with a tale of 2 different civs. Great Britain is a civilization that I want to like, but I don't end up liking very much usually. Workshop of the World gives you 25% gold towards purchasing buildings, which is nice if you have a lot of gold. 25% production towards constructing buildings, which is nice if you don't have a lot of gold. But this is less useful in the modern age because building costs are so high. You're usually trying to buy them. You're going to be using the gold bonus more than the building bonus. But it costs 50% more to convert towns into cities, which is a little painful because in the modern era, you want a lot of cities. You're kind of done building up the specialists at this point. You should have lots of specialists. You should be converting towns into cities to just get raw yields, which lead you into the end, your legacy paths. The Revenge is a unique naval unit. I'm not a big fan of unique naval units that get splash damage. Then you get the Antiquarian, 20 culture for every tile from your capital. When you use the excavate artifact, that can be quite a lot. That actually can be quite a lot of culture, but by the time you start using this, you should already have a lot of culture. You're not using the Antiquarian if you don't already have a lot of culture. It pushes you to hegemony faster, and that's just a win more button, but I don't think it doesn't get you to geographic society that much faster. The financial quarter is a unique district, and it should be boosting Great Britain pretty highly. I think unique quarters are very strong. When you get this, you get 2 gold and 2 signs for every connected settlement, which means you want to be wide. If you have more settlements and they're connected to your capital, your settlements are going to be getting a lot more of these yields. This was better before this patch, but now that this patch has made buildings more expensive and wide play a lot worse, this has got nerfed quite a bit. And 2 gold and 2 science is really not that much. I think they could boost this up to 3 and make it better. When we get 9 gold from the Royal Exchange and 9 production, again, you see that gold production combination. Which one do you want? Do you want gold to buy buildings, or do you want production to build buildings? You kind of don't need both. It's a little difficult to see both. So their uniques are not super standing out to me. So what do their civics look like? Well, we get access to Battersea earlier, which gives you extra navies. And this is a wonder that's easy to build because the AI doesn't prioritize it, but I don't think it's a great wonder. You end up with, I mean, how often are you just doing naval invasions? Really, you fill up 1 fleet commander and then you go. So, 3 production to settlements for every factory resource. This gets better later, but again, you have gold, so you don't really need that production. In the modern era, I tend to be buying buildings more than producing them. So I find production bonuses in this era to fall off unless I'm building units. We also get 1 movement to civilians, which is good for your antiquarians. Now the antiquarians got nerfed, or your explorers got nerfed. You get 1 settlement limit, which makes no sense to me that the largest land or world empire the world has ever seen only gets 1 settlement limit. Come on, devs, give Great Britain a larger settlement limit. They're all around wide play, so why do you only give them 1 settlement limit? At the start of the turn, if you have positive gold per turn, units receive combat strength. And then you get 3 gold on each building in town. So again, this seems like someone who wants to go multiple directions. They want to go Railroad Tycoon because you have production and factory bonuses. You want to go gold bonuses. You want to go for ideology because you have combat strength bonuses. You want to go for geographic society because you have explorer bonuses. So which one do I want to go for? I'm not pushed strongly in any one direction. And then your traditions. Cities with both great work and a resource slot receive 4 culture and science, 10% food and gold in towns, but negative 5% gold in the capital for every alliance. So this pushes you away from ideology, because usually when you're fighting an ideology, you're kind of hated by most of the world. You'll have like 1 alliance, and then 3 gold on each building in towns. But you also want to be converting towns to cities to get your bonus from your financial center. So I think Great Britain is pulled in like kind of too many directions, and you're not super boosted in any one direction that makes you like do well. They're kind of like America, and I'm just going to put them at generally good. Just generally good. If you are playing a factory game, Britain will finish off your factory game. If you're playing an ideology game, Britain will finish off your ideology game. A little less so for geographic society, but you do have the antiquarian, which will give you more culture. So there's lots of directions you can take this and go somewhere with it, except for science, I guess. But I don't think that they're particularly amazing. It's a completely different story altogether when we talk about Meiji Japan. I think Meiji Japan might be the best modern age civ, specifically because of this bonus right here. Goishin, when you overbuild a building, gain science equal to 50% of the building's production cost. And this adds up really fast, especially if you have synergies with like Maya Unique Quarter, where you're getting production for finishing techs. So you're able to like finish techs, get production, finish production, get techs, and it feeds into itself incredibly strong. This will boost you through the science tree very fast. You get the unique Japanese naval unit. Again, I don't like naval units, but whenever this one dies, it respawns, which is kind of the whole Mausoleum of Halicarnassus bonus for horses. You just get it on a unit. You also get the 0, which is a unique air fighter. I'm always building bombers and I'm never building fighters. Fighters are always bad, and Japan always gets stuck with the 0, and it just, nobody likes that. Nobody likes that for Japan. So we're just not going to talk about the 0. But the Zaibatsu is pretty good. It's a unique quarter that gets 1 gold in production on buildings in adjacent districts. So you can get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 adjacencies to other districts. and it increases resource capacity slots, which allows you to get that economic victory even faster. The Ginkgo gives you gold, and then the Jugogyo gives you production, which is again that gold production combo. Which one do you want? Do you want gold for purchasing things? Do you want production for building things? Tends to be usually gold for producing or purchasing things, but almost always you'll see this gold production combo in the modern era. With a powerful building a powerful unique such as Goishin, where you get the science for overbuilding, you would think that their uniques are a little bit weaker. And when we look here, we get 50% production towards constructing military and production buildings, which gets you your overbuilding faster. You also get 50% production towards constructing science buildings, which gets you science faster and your overbuilding faster. You also get 25% production towards training naval and aircraft units. Nobody cares about that. And then 3 combat strength for units on or adjacent to the coast, which is the Norman bonus, just a little weaker. So these bonuses are not that bad. They push you toward ideology. They push you towards science. Ideology is a very quick and easy victory condition. Science is the longest victory condition, but you're going to get it much faster as Meiji Japan. When we look at our traditions, when you train an aircraft or naval unit, receive science. So when you're doing your ideology path, you're also getting science, which is good for getting better troops. You get 1 production and science from specialists, which is crazy good because you should have a ton of specialists. Then you get military buildings receive production adjacency from coast. I think it's 1 per coast, and that can be boosted by specialists. And then you get 6 combat strength for aircraft. Who cares about this one? So you're never really incentivized to go all the way down to Kantai Kessen. You're kind of going to Supreme War Council and then going for your political theory stuff. But these units, or these uniques, are pretty good for getting you through the tech tree. And getting through the tech tree will either get you to the crewed space flight, or it will get you down here to your tier 3 0, tier 3 heavy bombers, and your better units, which will get you the ideology bonus. I think Meiji Japan is really good. Not at a gameplay style that I particularly love. I prefer the culture and economic victories, but I think they're probably the strongest in the game. Meiji Japan. Where would I put them though? Always strong? Probably. If you're having a bad game, then Meiji Japan can get you the win as long as you're just overbuilding. And they're a lot like Mongolia. If you have a strong game, they'll win faster. If you have a weak game, they'll get you to a strong game. So I'm going to put them up here. I think they're better than France. I think they're better than all of these. And better than almost all of these as well. Mexico might be my favorite modern era civ. I don't think that they're the best, but they really have a playstyle that I think is really fun. You're locked into the revolution government that gives you 30% culture for 10 turns, and you cannot be in any other government type, so you lose France's flexibility, but you end up with all the effects by the end of the game once you finish your uniques. So we'll talk about that later, but I think this is a really powerful government, and it plays off the tradition and happiness playstyle very, very well. You get the Soldaderes, which is a unique unit that heals 10 HP for adjacent units. It's okay. It, again, doesn't stack. I don't think this is a particularly great unit because you kind of want to be a little aggressive with Mexico because of the Revolucionario, this great person. There are a lot of Revolutionario effects, and most of them are like combat strength or army focused. I don't find this to be the best unique unit in the game, but it can be fun. There are some happiness bonuses hidden in there, I'm pretty sure. You also get the Zocalo, which gives you 2 culture for every tradition slotted in the government. We can see that tradition playstyle, that Rome, Lafayette sort of playstyle coming into play right here with Mexico. You also get the Cathedral, 9 culture, adjacency for culture buildings, 9 culture, gold adjacency for gold buildings, so you're doubling down on culture. You are the social policy kings. Excuse me. Sorry, I've been talking for a long time. Social policy kings as Mexico. When we look at our unique, it plays into our civics. It plays into our uniques very well. You get the, what is it? The Policio Bellas Artes a little bit earlier compared to other people, which gives you artifact slots, happiness, culture, and an artifact. That is normally down here at globalism, so it's pretty deep in the tree. You get it very fast, ensuring that you get it. You get a free social policy slot here. You get 50% influence celebration. You get 40% production towards military celebration, and you get a 30% science celebration. So on top of, you're going to end up with, once you finish your tree, and I love this tree, all of this, like, this wide open tree you can choose, you're going to end up with culture 30%, diplo 50%, military 40%, and science 30% every time you celebrate. And if you've played that happiness, tradition, social policy slot gameplay style, you're going to be celebrating a lot as Mexico, which means you just have 40 to 50% boosted yields at all time. That's really fantastic. But their strength is really going to come from their traditions, I think. When we look at their traditions, 2 happiness and settlements for every tradition gives you more celebrations, which gives you more of these bonuses. Then you have 1 culture and towns for every tradition, which gives you, you're almost always going plan of a Yutla first to get these done faster. You get combat strength in friendly territory for every tradition. This is a very like defensive bonus. And then you're going to get up 1 science in cities for every tradition slotted in the government. Right here, you're going to end up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you go like most places, it's 3, 6. So you'll have 11 science per turn in cities, 11 culture per turn in cities, could be 12, could be 13, I think. So that's really powerful. If you're converting everything to cities, you're not really relying on specialists. But the issue is, what legacy path are you winning with this? What legacy path does this push you down? You don't get production to finish that, the wonders. You don't get bonuses towards explorers for geographic society. You don't get, you do get combat strength, but it's defensive combat strength most of the time on your revolutionarios and your bonuses. So like, what is this forcing you down? Do you go down ideology? Do you go down culture? Do you go down science? Do you go down railroad tycoon? You have nothing pushing you to railroad tycoon, so that's not where you want to go. The thing with Mexico is they're extremely fun, because that like tradition playstyle, getting all the traditions in, going through these celebrations playstyle is really, really fun, but it's not winning you the game faster. There's nothing that pushes you to win faster. So I think they need synergy with Lafayette, with Rome, with other things that give you all those tradition bonuses. But I don't think that they're strong with synergy. I think they're just good with synergy. Although, I do have to say that they're much better than Buganda. They're more likely, there's more synergies that allow you to play as Mexico. I don't think that they reach the heights that France or Meiji Japan reach, even though they're probably my favorite. Oh, this video is getting long, but let's talk about the Mughals. A lot of people think the Mughals are their favorite civ or their best civ in the modern era. And I agree that they're really strong, but I don't think that they're the best. Let's look at what they've got. They've got 75% gold yields, but negative 25% to all other yields. This percentage modifier is way worse than the Ming or Qing negative modifier, because it really cuts into your yields. I do find that I notice this, and the 75% gold yield doesn't offset that as much. This is affecting food, this is affecting culture, this is affecting happiness. This is affecting everything. And the gold bonus, though good, doesn't really offset it as much as you might think it does. We get the Sepoy. This is a garbage unique infantry unit. It says it makes a bombard ranged attack, but that it doesn't do damage. I have found that this thing does not do the damage that I need it to do. Then the Zamandir. You're getting a unique settler in the modern era, and like, when do you settle cities in the modern era? How often do you settle cities in the modern era? And it just gets +1 population. The Carthaginians are getting that in the Antiquity era. The Han are getting that in the Antiquity era. And you're settling way more cities at that point, right? So, like, what does the Zamandir do? I don't find that this is very unique. I never build it. Almost never do I build this. And the step well gives you 2 food from adjacent farms. Again, I almost never build too many of these. They cannot be adjacent to each other, and that limits, because usually what you'll have is like a ring of outer tiles that you can put unique improvements on in the modern era. And I find that it's good for towns, but I'm converting towns to cities at this point, and I don't know. It's better than their unique infantry and better than their unique settler, though. I will give it that. So they better have some good civics. And when we look at their civics, they have one really good civic down here, but the rest are just okay. We end up with 1 gold on farms. If this were exploration era, this would be phenomenal. But in the modern era, this requires you to have a lot of farming towns. You just need a lot of towns. And I find that the towns I'm conquering from other civs, they don't have as many farms. This is like a very win more thing. It doesn't push you to win, it's very win more. Jaeger, 1 happiness on farms, 1 settlement limit. Again, win Maurya. 25% gold towards purchasing infantry units. That's okay because I'm always purchasing units. And then you get your wonders can be purchased with gold. And this is what everyone thinks about Gardens of Paradise. You're using this to produce your Geographic Society. You're using this to produce your Manhattan Project. You're using this to produce your Crewed Spaceflight Project. So this can be good. But there's nothing getting you to those things. There's nothing that you've got that gets you to those wonders that really helps you win the game. You do get 1 food and gold on farms for each adjacent plantation and on plantations for each adjacent farm. This doesn't line up unless you plan for it. You also get 2 gold on quarters with walls. This is good if you played like Dai Viet, but how many walls are you really building? You're getting this from conquered quarters mostly. Then you get 2 or 3 combat strength for all units. That's good. We like Gunpowder Empire. That's pretty solid. You also get early access to the Red Fort, giving you 4 gold and 4 production. That's okay. It's not great. It does make your cities harder to take though, because they get 50 HP, but I mean, really, when do you ever really lose cities? Then finally, 25% gold towards purchasing anything, including those wonders. Again, very win more. You can't save a bad run by having the Mughals, but you can make a good run better with the Mughals. Because of that, holy cow, am I missing the Mughals? Oh no. Well, then we will just fix that problem right now. And because of that, as I was saying, I don't think the Mughals can be always strong, which is where most people I think would put them. But I do think they're very strong with specific synergy. You have to have like a specific synergy. You really had to play into that gold. You really had to play into early gold, early other bonuses to make the Mughals worthwhile. Now we move to Nepal, one of the more interesting civs in the game. Very thematic, much like Spain, much like other places, they're very thematic. They get all warehouse bonuses applied to mountain terrain tiles, but they cost 1 gold and 1 happiness to maintain. So you can get a lot of food and a lot of production on your warehouse tiles by the time you get to the modern era. And this 1 gold, 1 happiness maintenance really doesn't hurt. However, like, do you like working rural tiles in the modern era, or do you prefer being almost purely urban in your cities with high specialists? I think most of the time it's specialists. And this warehouse bonus can get you more specialists, but you have to have already been grown onto the mountain tiles. You don't want to spend your growth growing onto the mountain tiles in the modern era. So this really only comes into play if you're playing the Inca. You have to play the Inca to get the full bonuses out of this. Gurkha are a strong infantry unit, strong, fast, but they do cost an extra gold upkeep to maintain. That doesn't come into play very often. The Sherpa is a unique scout. It ignores mountains and rough terrain, just like the Inca scout, and can move on Mount Everest, which is just a flavor bonus. And why do you want to scout in the modern era? Like, I don't see the use of this. I'm not a big fan of the Sherpa. It's just there for flavor. Then finally, you get the unique improvement, 3 production and 3 culture from the Highland Power Station, and it has to be placed on a mountain tile. So it just makes your mountain tiles even better. You have to have the Sherpa to construct it, which makes that important. You're really going to be using... Why can't I just do it? I don't know. Why can't I just purchase it? But it makes your food and your production bonuses also give more production and more culture. And what are you going to be using that production and culture for? Probably wonders, probably explorers. You're very pushed, in my opinion, towards the geographic society. When we look at the Nepali civics, this is again one of these weird fat in the middle civic trees, which I'm okay with because it gives you choices. You start with food, and science buildings receive adjacency from mountains, which is a good bonus. You also get Sherpas, can build the Highland power stations on the mountain tiles, and it, like the prospector, it pulls a path towards your settlement from the mountain tile. You also get all districts adjacent to mountains receive defensive fortifications as a one-time effect. So you don't want to go into the second, you want to go in that probably third. You also get units complete fortifications in 1 turn if adjacent to a mountain. Very defensive. Gift of the Gurkha. Nepal receives a 10 relationship with them, and 5 culture. Can only be done with friendly or helpful civs. So you want to be doing this as much as possible to get that culture. You get 3 influence on culture buildings. And then you end up with museums have 2 additional great work slots. So you're obviously like influenced, like you're pushed into going for a Diplo and sort of culture gameplay, but nothing makes you get artifacts, right? You get nothing that gives you artifacts. When you look at your traditions, 3 combat strengths for mountainous terrain, doubled in your territory. You get 50% influence towards initiating endeavors if you have the least amount of settlements, 20% otherwise, which allows you to play a small empire. Usually you have the least amount of settlements. No, unless you went... You know what? Honestly, I can't say that because the way I play, I end up with a ton of settlements. I'm the only one going for my settlement limit. The AI never does. And then you get mountain tiles receive 4 culture in your capital. Mountains receive 2 culture in other settlements. So this gives you a lot of culture to get you to hegemony faster, but nothing is giving you artifacts. Nothing is improving your explorers. And what you need is explorers early to get a lot of those early great artifacts, great works. But getting to hegemony most of the time, if I'm going for a culture victory, being the first to hegemony wins me the game. So this does push you in that way. But if you haven't already been building mountain settlements, if you haven't already been building districts adjacent settlements, this is, again, very much another win more, very synergistic civilization. But the chances for its synergy are much lower than the Mughal synergy. So again, like Mexico, we're putting them down here in the good with specific synergy. They're like Buganda in a lot of ways, where Buganda requires lakes, Nepal requires mountains. So we're going to pop them down here because the chances for their, like, if you're planning to play Nepal, you've been planning to play Nepal since Antiquity. If you haven't been planning to play Nepal, you're probably not going to pick them up and play them. Prussia, to me, feels a lot like Mongolia, like a cop-out civ. If you are winning the game, Prussia will win it faster for you. If you are not winning the game, Prussia will turn it around for you. You can play Prussia with a military leader, and you can play Prussia if you've had a bad peaceful game. I think Prussia and a lot of the pure war focused civs, like Mongolia, Assyria, Prussia, they're purely war focused. They really work very well towards winning the game very quickly. So Blood and Iron receives 1 combat strength for every unfriendly or worse civ relationship. You're going to have a lot of unfriendly relationships after you choose an ideology. And so this can get you quite a bit of combat strength. Excuse me, you also get the Hussar, which is a unique cav that has movement and combat strength for every movement remaining. this gets less use from me than I think it should. Like, you don't get this from like Charlemagne. You're not really getting, I'm usually building more land ships than these, because I'm building, every time I play Prussia, I'm almost always playing a Charlemagne, and you just get the other cav unit for free with them. But these are good, especially if you have a front line of them facing another front line. And then the Stuka, nobody builds these fighters. They're good for land unit attacks, but if you're building planes that are really expensive, you're building bombers. So they're very aggressive in their uniques. When we look at their tree, I hate this tree. It's the only one with a slider. I hate this tree. All buildings that gain production from navigable rivers, that can like apply to a lot of different civs. You get 2 science on resources. That's used for a lot of different civs. You get 25% trade yield in cities connected with the free railroad that you get. That gives you a lot of money to maintain your conquering. You end up with trade routes with civilizations you're war with is super powerful, and it's something that a lot of people discount, because when you go to war, you need resources and you need gold to buy your units. And this, being able to have trade routes with civilizations you're at war with, gives you gold. So that's really good, and you get a settlement limit. You also get 25% relationship change from diplomatic actions, which can allow you to recover from war very quickly, or you can allow you to get your combat strength bonus very quickly. And then you get cav units gain a 50% combat strength from flanking, which is really good. So you're just win more, but start, like, it's not just win more. If you're winning, it wins more, but it can start the win for you better than other civs can, like the Mughals. You also get 1 production in cities from every resource. You get 10% culture in cities not founded by you, and then you get 10% production in cities while at war, and 3 combat strength for units in the command radius of a commander. So, like, you get so much combat strength, you get so much science, so much gold, so much production, and you get a decent amount of culture. They will push you to better units, they will push you through your ideology, and they will allow you to take cities. I think Prussia is really very strong, because military playstyle is really very strong. In this game, like, warring is easier, I think, in this game than other civ games. And cavalry is better in this game than any other unit type, and you get better cav, and you get better combat strength. So Prussia is just usually, I don't want to call them like strong. I don't want to be like, oh god, Russia are amazing. Prussia, I mean, are amazing. But Prussia is consistent. Just like Mongolia, Prussia is very consistent. So I'm going to put them up here in this always strong category. The new civilization that I think is really, really interesting, the Qajar, they are really balanced around having a small, tight empire. 50% influence towards supporting diplo actions is pretty good with helping you keeping friendly neighbors and getting bonuses from their endeavors. You also get the Golam, a unique cav that gets 5 combat strength and 10 HP healing in command radiuses of your unique thing. Your unique army commander allows districts to be raised faster, so you burn down cities. This was what makes them really interesting. They're not interested in conquering and taking cities. They're interested in conquering and burning down cities, like Total War Wood Elves, right? And that's really a different way to play the game. You also get a unique quarter, 10% culture and influence in this settlement when you're in a celebration, and you need to be smaller to have more celebrations. You get food on your building and happiness on your building, with happiness and influence adjacency, very rare influence adjacency on a unique building. This gives you a lot of war support. You can get a lot of war support in the late game with this influence and influence adjacency bonus. And what do you use that war support for? Well, looking at your Qajar civics, you end up with, when you support an endeavor, receive 200 culture, which is not insignificant. You also get 10 food and production in the capital for every settlement under the settlement limit. This is a powerful bonus. Last time I played them, I was playing as Lakshmi, and I ended up with, like, what, 11 out of 23 settlement limit, which means that I was getting, was it 12? Times 10, 120 food and 100% production in the capital. We also end up with 1 combat strength for every 2 settlements under the limit to land combat units, which is really strong. It might end up being the highest combat strength bonus given in the game, honestly. You end up with a lot of combat strength bonus for having 3 or 4 cities, 5 or 6 towns, and then burning everything else down to the ground. So you're really incentivized to go for the ideology bonus. But then you also, legacy tree, I mean, but you also get things like 0.5 influence for every population in the capital, which gives you war support, 10 science and culture in the capital for every settlement under the settlement limit, which can give you a lot of science. It can give you a lot of culture, and that gets doubled when you're in like the 20% celebration, or the 20% science celebration, or the 20% culture celebration. And then you get extra 10% culture and influence when you're in that celebration, so it's actually a 30% culture bonus. What the Qajar are meant to do is to pump down the political theory tree, pump through the science tree, and get better units, and just clean off your continent. Find the people that are a different ideology to you and just clean their continent off, and then just win the game. They are really very good at doing that, but they have to be set up for, if you've played Mongolia in the previous era, you're going to get no bonuses out of these guys whatsoever. But they're not just good at doing the military victory. As I showed, I was easily able to get the culture victory with them. You can pretty easily be able to get the science victory with them. And you're pretty easily able to get the economic victory with them as well, as long as you're under that settlement cap. So you can't play them after playing Mongolia. You can't play them after playing someone like Assyria or Carthage. You don't want to be starting here, here, or here with these guys. You want to be starting, you know, down here with the Khmer or Silla or Han. You want to be starting with some Mississippi, maybe. Some of these guys that don't get as much settlement limit and aren't incentivized to go conquering. You don't want to go into Qajar after Spain. So Qajar are really good at making a game where you've planned for them really good. So I'm going to put them here at strong with specific synergy instead of always strong. However, like, they're always good and then sometimes strong. Whereas Mughals can usually be poor and sometimes strong, and France can usually be poor and sometimes strong. The Qajar here are always at least good, but sometimes really uber strong, whereas America and Britain don't really get that uber strong. One of my favorite games I've ever played was with the Qing, and I think the Qing are, like, as long as you have gone trade or you have the ability to go trade, I think the Qing are super slept on. So the Qing get 4 gold, 3 culture, 2 influence, but -1 science from imported resources. So they have that Ming drawback, right? That thematic Ming drawback. However, if you build 1 Huiguan and you build the Shiguan, you get 9 science. That'll cover 9 imported resources. And if you build 4 of these, I mean, you're covering 32 imported resources, you're fine. You build 4 of these and have specialists in them, you're even more fine. This doesn't exist. This negative science from imported resources doesn't exist. Don't worry about it. You get the Gusa, an infantry unit that gets 4 combat strength if adjacent to another, which it does not stack only once. Please pay attention to that. So you're very aggressive with these guys. You also get the Hangchang, which is 50 gold for every resource acquired when creating a naval trade route. It's just a merchant that sometimes pays for itself. Who you're not going to see this bonus very often. Your Huiguan gives you 25% influence in the settlement, science, happiness adjacency for happiness buildings, gold adjacency for gold buildings. These adjacencies don't stack very well, but they're good buildings all by themselves. So like, their base kit is powerful, and it's not just like, you don't need to be synergistic with it. Anybody can play a trade game. And you can start a trade game at almost any point as long as you have enough influence, and they'll give you enough influence. So I think their base kit is really strong, which means that their civic kit should be a little bit weaker. However, their civic kit's okay. 1 combat strength for all units for every civilization and city-state you have a trade route with can be super powerful. You end up with 2 culture from imported resources. That's a lot of culture, and you get a settlement limit. You get 2 food from resources assigned to cities, which allows you to grow a lot. And you get 2 happiness from resources assigned to cities, which allows you to expand a lot. You also end up with 25% growth rate in towns, which allows you a lot of specialists. You get 50% trade income, which is a ton. If you're playing these guys rightly, you can get 2,000-3,000 gold per turn easy. Then you get 5 production towards training land units to be aggressive or defend yourself with, and 3 combat strength for land units to protect yourself or be aggressive with. You also get early access to the Changde Mountain Resort, which gives you 5% culture for every other civilization you have a trader out with. So you're very clearly expected to go into either geographic societies for the culture or into economic for the trade routes. But you can also easily do science and military. I mean, they have the negative science bonus, but you're really not getting penalized. You build 1 laboratory and it'll cover most of that, right? And you have science on your unique building to cover it. I think the Qing are super duper slept on. Nobody that I can see really talks about the Qing. But if you're having a bad game, you can save it with the Qing. If you're having a great game, you can continue with the Qing. If you have the synergy of going Silla into trade into Qing, you're going to do great. If you go Xerxes and you go Carthage, Chola, Qing, you're going to do great. Anybody can play the Qing, but you don't have to have those trade bonuses in earlier eras. You could just start picking them up in this era and still do very well. So I'm putting the Qing up here in the best of the best. Moving from someone that I rate very highly to someone I rate generally a bit lower, we have Russia now. 1 culture and 1 science on districts doubled in the tundra, which is kind of okay. You'll get quite a bit of culture and science out of this, but I think a lot of their strength is front loaded here into this. And 1 in the modern era really isn't impressive. If this was like 3 culture, 3 science on districts doubled in tundra, that would be like 2 strong maybe. Maybe 2 would be better. It's just, if you're not getting the 2 culture and 2 science off of it by being in the tundra, it feels kind of unnoticeable. So I'm not super pumped by this. The Cossack gets plus 4 combat strength in friendly territory, which is a very defensive unit, but you'll see that their kit isn't very defensive at all. You also get the Katusha rocket launcher, which has extra movement, which is great, but however, it has low base combat strength, but has splash. Splash is very powerful, so this is great for taking out city defenders and districts, but your Cossack doesn't get any bonus for doing that. So their base kit is really anti-synergistic. You want to be in the tundra, but not all of your cities are in the tundra because you want to be attacking, but you also want to be defending. The Obshina gets 2 culture placed in tundra, but it gives 2 food on all farms. So, I mean, again, at this era, I think farm bonuses are a little late because you're ripping up farms to put down urban districts at this era. And you also get plus 1 food on farms and towns, which is better. No, I still don't think this is good. I still don't think this is very good. Then you get plus 1 production on farms and towns. Again, not very good at this point of the game. 1 gold on districts is better, but again, a 1 gold bonus is not very noticeable. You end up with 1 culture on districts and cities and tundra, which can give you more culture, but you'll see that you'll have less culture in this tree anyway. Your units are immune to damage from blizzards. Who cares? They keep giving this to Russia, and it's a great little like bonus, but it's like they think that this is so powerful that that's all they should get, and I don't agree with that. And then plus 1% total culture for every city, or plus 2% total culture if the city is in tundra, which feels like a lot of culture, but you'll see that you lose culture ultimately. Your traditions, 15% production, but negative 15% growth, is okay if you're going aggressive. Then you get 15% science, but negative 15% culture in cities. That counteracts this 1% total culture, 2% if the city is in tundra, so you're actually getting like negative 13%, but that's still a negative to culture. Why do we have these culture bonuses if we're losing culture by running our best science tradition? And then finally, 3 combat strength for units in Tundra. How often are you using this? Not very often. It's very like niche use case. So Russia, I think, is a very flavorful civ. Civ that is most suited for going down the ideology path, but all of its bonuses deter you from doing that because you're not going to be taking things in tundras and you're going to be losing like yields. I don't think Russia is very good. I'm sure that Russia can play a good game. I don't think Russia is to the same level as bad as Spain or Persia or Egypt or Hawaii. But compared to some of these other modern era civs, I think Russia is, there's no synergy you can play into with Russia. You need synergies to be a good modern era civ, or you need uniques that are powerful enough to not need synergies. And Russia doesn't have those things. The best thing that Russia has is the rocket launcher. And I don't know, if I'm going to be warring, I guess I'd rather be the Qajar, or definitely Prussia, than I would rather be Russia. So we're going to rank them pretty lowly. Oh, finally we've done it. We're at the end. We've reached Siam. Ooh, Siam's pretty good. Are they as good as they used to be? I don't think so. The shake-up from the city-state meta has really affected them quite a bit. You gain a unique Diplo action that immediately allows you to suzerain city-states, but it has a higher influence cost. It's like 500 or so influence cost to be able to do this. It's the same cost, I think, as integrating your city-state. So this can be really good. You're skipping like at least 10 turns, right? So if you have the influence to do this, it's going to be really great, but you have to have that influence to do it. Then you get the Hubtown meta is gone. It's just gone. It's nerfed into the ground. So you have to have, they've become much more niche because of that. The Changbuin unique ranged unit that has better, it's an elephant. Elephants in this game are okay. They're not particularly perfect, but they're okay. However, the Uparad is pretty good. It gives you influence. It gives you suzerainities. It gives you bonuses for having city-states. This might be the best modern era unique person and one of the better unique peoples in the game. I think that this is a very powerful unique person. And then you get the Bang. +3 culture and happiness. And it has to be placed on a navigable river. And I'm so tired of navigable river bonuses because I hate working navigable rivers. I'd much rather have my grist mill and my sawmill and a couple of bridges on navigable rivers. I'm really not building the Bang very often, so that's going to be a detriment to their ranking. When we look at their civics, they have that straight tree. I hate a straight tree. I really like having choices, and this removes choice from me. 2 culture for every civilization relationship above friendly is okay. This can net you up to 14, right, if you're friendly with everybody, but that doesn't happen too often. You also get 2 influence for every civilization relationship over friendly, which is better than the culture because influence is so gate kept. You also get 6 combat strength when you're adjacent to a city-state you're suzerain of. You get 3 culture on the palace for every city-state you're suzerain of. This can scale up pretty fast. And it works really well with the celebration, the culture celebration. And 2 culture for every Diplo action with another civilization. So as you can see, you're very pushed towards a culture game as Siam, culture and city-states. You also end up with 2 influence from gold buildings. This is crazy powerful because you're often building gold buildings in the modern era because you're buying buildings instead of building them. You also get 2 happiness in cities for each city-state you're suzerain of. Also, with this, you also have a lot of gold buildings in the unique trees of a lot of civilizations. So this can be quite a good boost. You also get 2 happiness in cities for each city-state you're suzerain of. Happiness is really good, but you're not really playing wide. This just gets you more celebrations, which gets you more culture. 20% influence towards initiating Diplo actions with city-states. This makes your unique action cheaper, which is good. And then you get a 5 gold for each allied city-state. So again, gold bonuses. I think that 5 culture and 2 gold for every trade route with another civilization is really good too. You're pushed towards this city-state culture playstyle, and you really don't have any other options. When city-states were really powerful and good, you could play every victory type. You could go for the military score, military combat strength, settlement limit, things like that, and go through this tree. You could get free techs and go through this tree. You could get free civics and go through this tree. But I think having those bonuses removed has kind of weakened Siam quite a bit. Now city-state bonuses are generally just okay, and then you're not getting anything as Siam that really wins the game. You're in the Greece situation, you're in the Shawnee situation where you have to have like city-states win the game for you, and they're much less likely to do that at this point. I want to put them here in strong with a specific synergy, but I don't really see them as the same strength as Qajar anymore. Ooh, do I just put them down at good with specific synergy? Are they Buganda level? No, they can't be there. They can't be good with specific synergy. You know what? No, I'm gonna stand by this and say after the city-state nerf, they don't feel quite as good as they used to. And as you can see, the city-state nerf has really changed the meta around quite a bit. Conquering civs are boosted, gold civs, trade civs are boosted. They're pretty high up here, these highly gold and trade focused civs. And civs that are really like terrain focused, Khmer, Egypt, Dai Viet, Songhai, Nepal, I think they're much lower down on the list because the use case for them is also a lot less likely to come up. But this is my tier list. My god, if you made it through this whole thing, please leave me a like. YouTube is going to kill this video, but I wanted to get this out. This is the Right to Rule tier list. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Do you disagree and why? All that engagement will help me. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.